Too bad.
Pope dead.
Pope
No,
dead.
no.
Hell yeah.
The Pope. No,
Pope
the
is not
Pope
dead.
What do
He's
you mean
not.
Pope is not dead? I'm gonna kill him myself.
Shut the fuck, you Protestant.
I'm
No.
Protestant.
The Pope will never die. Gok. You can convert back. You still have time. You still have one province.
What, from
Got
where?
the chance. You
Where
need
is the one Catholic province?
Darna.
North Africa?
Eh,
No.
so
Oh,
you-
finally. Jesus fuck.
No.
Mm.
So you're in now? Yeah, good.
Yeah.
Because last time your AI rivaled me straight away.
Oh. Yikes.
Does Rhineland have protection?
No.
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 Mm.
We don't wait for Fyron, right? Nobody knows anything about him.
I know that.
What was he even playing?
United African Republic.
West Africa.
Oh,
There we go.
Okay.
Right.
A pretty big country, I mean.
Wait, Fyron not coming?
It's Byron. He might oversleep or something.
Oversleep is 7. Does that make-
Yeah, sure.
Who sleeps?
It's 6.
Like,
Yeah, who sleeps at 6, I guess.
I know
I
a
do.
lot
I
of
do every
people
day.
in this channel who do.
Yeah.
We
Depending
go,
on
right?
what type of 6 I do.
Leroy
Sleeping is
Pediax.
good. Yes? What?
We go.
Yeah?
Right?
Yeah. I think everybody's in,
we?
right?
Do we go?
Like Pope isn't gonna show up, Rhineland isn't gonna show up.
Peace.
Just murder them all. Be done
No.
with it.
I will not.
Base department.
It's louder than all. Gok. Let's go to another channel.
In a bit.
Oh wait, no. Public Diplo is the best Diplo. Just stay here.
True.
Isn't it amazing
Um,
how well the game works when there's only like 20 people?
Imagine, like.
Okay. Let's make sure everything is working correctly, and I think it is, for once. There's apparently an ongoing war in China, but I mean, I'm not sure if it's going to last for much longer. To be honest, Hong Kong still has a lot of troops in the south, but is he even... Well, he is paying for the maintenance, on paper. And I mean, the typing is not going to have enough time to actually do much in Bengal, even though the... Hello? Slane?
Don't Fyron still have a protection left, or
I mean, it's a year.
like I don't know where he's at, so
You know, we end protections at 1600s, right? So
yeah, fair.
it's
Yeah,
1589.
I'm
Might as
just
well.
asking.
No protections from this point onward.
Yeah,
Unless-
that's fair. Like I'm just asking because I don't know where the fuck he is.
Yeah, I don't know.
I randomly got unrivaled and I was like, Fyron would never do that.
Well,
Hey,
looks like-
good luck streaming, man.
Yeah, see ya. Looks like actually typing pieced out Bengal, and I think they basically retook the land. Let me see. How much did they retake? Oh, this. Looks like they mostly recovered the Tibet area. But now, what do they do about the Japanese invasion and Qing and Punjab? Punjab is 150,000. Japan is also a lot. Well, also 150,000. That's kind of impressive. It's basically a homeland, home islands only for Japan. 126k, so not 150, and no cannons. Yeah, so it looks like Japan is just not using any cannons. They're just going to be reinforcements. infantry stacks, which is fair. This Mewar war is probably a fake war of some kind. I mean, it just started. But I'm not really sure what's going on. Yeah, diplomatic is... I guess it's... Huh? Yeah, Taiping has about as many troops as Punjab or Japan have alone. But I mean, with all the troops from Hong Kong and the Taiping's quality edge, maybe they will be able to do something. Possibly. Rosvi is... oh, they're instantly going after the Papal States, which is absent, and the Jerusalem. It is going to make defense of the African possessions much more difficult for Venice and Tuscany. Oh, there's a French conquest of Tuscany, and it looks like it's Tuscany versus France alone, so I don't think it's going to be too much of a struggle for France. Tuscany has 126k, and yeah, France has way more troops than that, like 100k more. I mean, mountain forts are strong, but I don't think that they're that strong. Though, to be fair, it might be someone might help Tuscany at some point. Naples is... oh, there's a war in the Americas as well. Looks like Friesland is invading Naples. Yeah, and Friesland is actually pretty strong for New World. Only Incas can challenge their budget, and of course Ascot. Actually, Naples is receiving a lot of money from Venice, but it's not going to help. Troops are also in favor of Friesland, and I bet you that quality is also better with Friesland since they're a People's Republic. And they have all their ideas field as well. They want plutocratic quantity. So actually, who knows, but that's not going to be enough. 25k going into a crossing. Naples does have a pretty good general, to be honest. Oh damn, but that's a terrible start. Oh no, actually, that's a okay start for Naples. Are they going to win this? No, that's another great roll. Damn, they're winning this. What, it's like third 9 on fire? And 7, god. Okay, they just won with like almost 1/3 of the numbers. And now Ireland is being invaded by Holland, the Netherlands. Friesland is helping Ireland. And I'm not sure how much troops is Netherlands going to be able to ship there. I suppose Tuscany is waiting for the mountain fort to be sieged. That is what I would expect. And it looks like the Taiping... doesn't seem like there were any big battles fought. Oh, maybe this one, but it's only 60k of Japanese troops. Looks like all of the Asian alliance retreated a bit and allowed Taiping to do some resieging. How far is... Taiping is quite far from going bankrupt. They will be able to hang on for quite a few months. I mean, I think that Punjab and Japanese numbers would be enough to push Taiping back and just finish them, but maybe not. It is a hill fort, so they would get an advantage. Punjab has a pretty great general as well. But Taiping has an even better one. France is hesitant to go into actual Mountain Fort. And I think they made this province their war goal. Yeah, which I mean, this would be way easier to hold, and with just this one province, they would almost have enough to force the 25%. Naples is retaking their lands. Is it? Maybe it's a... Yeah, it was a fake war of some kind, I guess, between Ireland and the Dutch. Oh, I think the Dutch gave up a bit of land in the... Is it the Quebec? Yeah, Quebec area. So now it's only Friesland versus Naples. And, I mean... If Naples is going to be able to fight... I mean, no one joined the Tuscany war yet, so... This is fine. Yeah, he can't be called in, but they can just make the alliance, that's fine. France is doing some strange stacking experiments. Now they're actually moving. Are they using any mercs at all? No. I mean, he does have a pretty healthy supply of manpower. Way higher than the Tuscan one. So looks like Lithuania allied Tuscany. So maybe for the future it will mean something good for the Italians. Okay, there is going to be a battle. I think there's not enough cannons for Tuscany. They both have pretty average generals, and there are barely any reserves for the Italians, when there's 150k for the French. And they are rolling pretty well. They're getting some good hits on the French, but there's 100k. It's going to be tough. I mean, he's reinforcing quite quickly. And he... What? Well, it might be even some stack wipes, to be honest. I mean, actually, looks like not. But still, a lot of troops lost for the French because they don't have any cannons. Damn! Okay, I guess they reinforced a bit too slowly, but it was actually a pretty fast retreat. I am a bit surprised, to be honest, how that happened. And yeah, so France lost like 100k troops overall in this little experiment. Is Tuscany using mercenaries? Yeah, they're recruiting a lot of mercenaries. Half the army is mercenaries, so that means that they do not lose that much manpower. Looks like they actually... Yeah, their infantry in their cannon stack is all mercenaries, so they didn't lose that many manpower units. Looks like they pieced out in Taiping. I think it's this province. And is there anything else? Let's see what is Qing maybe coring. Right, they're coring really anything, so I guess they just took one province from Taiping. Which is not that much. I mean, overall Taiping came out pretty okay from this whole ordeal. Yeah, the problem in the New World, as always, is the lack of forts. There's just one, actually that's two forts, and they're both in Friesland. There's actually all the forts that are there in the New World, at least North America. I don't see anything in Mexico as well. Oh, there is one, actually a few in Maya territory. It looks like Naples has a great advantage in quality. Oh, did the general die? No, he's still around, but he's in the small stack. Hopefully he remembers to make sure that the great general is commanding his troops when fighting a battle. And yeah, Friesland is out of manpower. I mean, he should be able to afford to recruit a lot of mercenaries, but this war was supposed to be fairly easy for Friesland. I mean, just compare their sizes. Friesland has over 400 death and Naples has less than half of that. And I mean, it is being pumped by Venice. A lot of money is being sent there. Oh, looks like Rhineland did some interesting maneuvers through Venice. And they are being beaten, but now France noticed that there's a way. And without the mountains bonus, it's going to be tough. Did Venice give them access on purpose? Yeah, they actually gave access to France. I thought maybe they were giving access to Tuscany, which would automatically give access to both France and Rhineland. Sorry, because all the war participants have the same access by default. Looks like now Netherlands are at war with Prussia. And France is in this war as well. He is moving troops north, so it looks like he is going to actually be fighting in this one. And it's just Prussia. They were allied to Byzantium and Lithuania, I'm pretty sure, before the war, so they could call them in at any point, and I'm pretty sure they're going to call in Lithuania pretty soon. Byzantium is not coming anywhere close, so I suppose it's just going to be those two. And yeah, this will help Tuscany relieve some of the pressure from them in Italy. Even just the Rhineland is going to be pretty annoying to fight, because they do have a lot of troops and Tuscany is not that strong. Even though AI is like winning versus AI at this point of the game is pretty easy, but it's still going to strain him. He is tiny. And he's not even receiving, I guess Venice just cut him off. He got abandoned, unfortunately. Going through the Netherlands, I mean, there are some okay forts on woods, but after taking the first one, they could just go here, and then here, and then straight to Paris. They need to just take one woods fort, and then they are fighting mostly even battles, even though defensive battles are always a bit in favor of the defender, but still. No, looks like I think typing was just maybe killing some rebels. And he didn't go bankrupt yet. I mean, how long are his truces? With Qing, it's 7 more years, so not that many, and 9 more years with Bengal. So if he wants to go bankrupt and maybe forcing them to truce break, it's he still has maybe 2 years. Timurids are dying. Rosvik cannot really peace out Papal States yet, because he probably wants to take all the land. Oh, there's an actual battle going on in the Netherlands. Prussia has slightly better general, but that's pretty bad general for Prussia, to be honest. I am surprised. And yeah, the Netherlands managed to cut them off. Oof. That's pretty bad. The French are suffering a lot of losses in this battle. And the French manpower limit supplies are running out pretty fast. I mean, already they have only 150. They are receiving 5k each month. Oh, is that a stack wipe? I think they stack wipe some Prussians. I think it's this 30k Oldenburg. So it's not crashing, but that's pretty rough. And yeah, Lithuania is in. There's not that many Lithuanian troops in here. Only like 130k. Yeah, Prussia is still way below the force limit. They're barely losing any money. And it's just due to reinforcements. Is it really all Lithuanian troops? No, can't be, right? 18k over here. So they have like 50k troops all over their empire, I guess for rebels, but those troops might be quite useful over here. How are the Prussian defensive forts? I mean, they're actually pretty okay. However, once they get to Poland, there's nothing really protecting the heartlands of Prussia. Oh, they do have some mothballed forts, and they are all in pretty good terrain. So the defensive position for Prussians is slightly better. Except for the Danish forts, but they're not really that important. It is some free war score for French and the Netherlands though. Did Tuscany actually peace out? Oh yeah, it looks like they're just peaced out. And I think it's going to be a white peace, judging by the 5 years. And all the French troops are going to focus on the fight in this narrow corridor between Prussia and the Netherlands. Which is a rare setup, to be honest. Does neither of them have access through Rhineland? I mean, they should have access, because France... No. Nobody has access through Rhineland right now. Even though France could ask for it pretty easily. Yeah, so the most important point in a situation like this is securing a route for your reinforcements. That's why the French are keeping the cannon stack in Oldenburg. But even then, to be honest, the Prussians could just go for Oldenburg and then still just defeat the Netherlands, the Dutch troops in Hoya. I suppose France could always just get the access through Rhineland and then just reinforce. They want to keep the Prussians from having it, because after they get access from Rhineland and the Prussians put like 1k in Wittenberg, then Rhineland cannot take it away. I wonder what are they waiting for, the Prussians. It's them who started the war, so I guess they were thinking that France is not going to just throw everything in Italy and go north. And against Netherlands alone, they should be able to punch pretty quickly. Even though the Netherlands do have a pretty nice force limit. They have quality offensive. And quality quantity for Prussia. I mean, Prussia should have far higher quality than the Netherlands, right? I mean, Netherlands actually have 10 more discipline. And only a bit lower morale. 20% less infantry compatibility. So I guess the Dutch troops are not that bad, to be honest. Where did they get their discipline from? Christian Camp. I guess they have the advisor and the offensive. I'm pretty sure it's France. Over 300. The Dutch have pretty close, to be honest. Byzantium's never close. Maybe one of the Indians have more than 300. Punjab has super low income. He used to have way more than that. And actually, no. The Indians do not have more than France. Everyone is so poor in Asia all of a sudden. I thought they had way more. Yeah, so France is the richest by a good margin, except for the Netherlands, who are pretty close. Maybe Rosvi? Oh, actually, Rosvi are just behind France as well. There's this war in America going on with Naples versus Friesland, and Naples was supposed to be defeated quite handily. They managed to defend themselves for 5 years, and it looks like they were mostly losing battles, but they did win some pretty big ones against overwhelming numbers as well. What? Yeah, now Ireland is coming in as well, even though it's not really necessary. Just not enough troops for Naples. Did he go bankrupt? No. And they are brave, but they just got stack wiped. Yeah, and it's over for Naples, unfortunately. He does have still some lands in Mexico, so maybe he'll be able to survive there. And he's not giving up, as I can hear. Oh, he's no longer getting money from Venice. Yikes. Yeah, he's going to bankrupt. Actually, not that soon, but he doesn't have any troops for now, so that doesn't say much. Oh, there's a battle going on. The Prussians are fighting on the forest tile, and I think they have slightly better general. No, actually, it's more or less even. The French still have 150k of supporting troops, and there's way more troops for the French overall, even though they've already sent to battle 100k more. There's just not enough reinforcements for the Prussians. And Lithuanians who are basically Russia in this game, are not really putting in as many troops as you'd expect. Now Lithuania is sending in cannons, which is not going to help. To be honest though, the French have 60k not really necessary cannons. I mean, even with the additional 20k from Lithuania, it's not going to be enough. Oh, and the Prussians are going in the wrong direction. I mean, the French could prevent them from going back by attacking Lubeck. And they do have access there. Hamburg and then Holstein. Actually, Hamburg and Lauenburg, they would still be able to go to Lubeck because it's a fort province. So that's actually pretty bad for Prussians. And they're still quite a lot under their force limit, to be honest. They're not using any mercenaries for now. They have a fair bit of manpower still, but... Oh, and they have a lot of army professionalism, so they can slacken all they want. I guess that's why they're not using any mercenaries. I guess now Lithuanians are sending in most of their... They're still keeping like 50k in the back. Do they have really that much? They don't really have any rebel problems, so I'm not sure what's the deal with that. The French are not trying to push into Lubeck. I guess they didn't expect the Prussians would actually be cut off by Denmark. But Denmark hates both Russia and Prussia a lot. To be honest, if they really wanted to, they could just declare war on Denmark, I think. It's not like this AI would be able to put much resistance with 18k. And all of the central, like non-Mexico lands of Naples are being occupied, either by Friesland or rebels. And now the 50k is going. I mean, they will have to fight the 20k of Naples. And on a good terrain, the Naples might be able to win. He's using his good general. He was way better than the Friesland general, especially in the fire phase. They are even recruiting some cannons, interestingly. The situation is not really that bad with Russians losing some forts, because they still have a pretty good defensive line after that, but that's not ideal as well, of course, losing land. Because all of those provinces are pretty high development, and losing them is actually lowering their loan cap. Yeah, even on paper the Russian-Lithuanian alliance has 100k less than Netherlands and France. Actually, Netherlands are putting in more troops than Lithuania, which is not something I would expect. France is starting to run out of manpower though. He isn't using any mercenaries yet. And yeah, he can just use 150k of mercenaries alone. And with 5k of manpower income per month, he's not going to be put in a situation where he cannot put any manpower troops at all. Though his numbers will start going down, because he has almost 400 regiments. And this puts Rhineland is an AI, still allied to France. So for example, Byzantium could attack it. And then France has to make a choice, either to try and defend them, which is not really ideal since fighting under an AI, and while also fighting another war, that would be pretty difficult. Or they could just let Rhineland die, because they don't have a player. Which is really too bad. Rhineland is still an okay nation. Over 600 death. I mean, it's more than Tuscany, yeah. More than Venice as well. Strong nation. So next battle for the Prussians is going to have to happen on Niederlausitz. Or I guess Neuermark. How did the war in... Oh, Naples actually managed to push Friesland out of Mexico. Pretty nice. Yeah, but he has 6 months more of maintaining this army. And he already has 13 corruption. Yeah, that's not going to happen. He is going to fight though. He has to have quite nice quality, Naples. But actually in a few months he's going to be forced to accept a 100% peace because he lost way too much war score. Yeah, it's all the occupations. Because he doesn't have any forts, even those just simple unfortified provinces are giving a lot of war score to Friesland. And we are using a mod in which the war score you get by controlling the war goal is increased instead of 25 to 40. Oh, and now it's actually the Dutch that are starting the war against Denmark. Which I don't think is that bad for the Prussians. They have a decent defensive position. To be honest, not really. But I'm not sure if they want to commit to fighting in Scandinavia. They will be able to go through Åland because I'm suspecting that the Dutch should have the naval advantage, right? No ships for Prussia and barely any ships for Lithuania. Yeah, I mean, the Dutch only have light ships, but it's still better than nothing. Oh, Byzantium joined the fight. They have actually a pretty good general. I think it's the best general in the war right now. I wonder how Prussians have no good generals. Yeah, I mean 5 pips in the... I mean 6 pips in battle stats, it's not that good. The French as well. All the maneuver, but nothing in shock and fire. Meanwhile, Byzantium with the casual 9. Actually, it's the Dutch king that's the best leader on the French side. I guess the western and eastern side. It's a pretty huge war, and they're all fighting in this tiny corridor. It's right in between of them. Byzantium is sending additional 100k, so that they're not committing fully, but it will be quite a bit. 100k in this stage of the game. Don't mind me. It's 1/3 of the French force. I think it's all manpower troops. Yeah, they are actually drilled pretty well. Well, I guess only some of them. It is a nice bonus for a single battle. The Eastern Alliance is not really doing anything though with their newly found numbers. Now on paper they do have advantage, but it's important to remember that a lot of Byzantine troops are not really committing to fight. And now Naples is sent back from their attempt to recover the lands in Central America. I mean Central North America. And yeah, I think they're bankrupt at this point. No? Yeah, more corruption. Okay, that makes sense. They have actually huge loans. They're probably earning a lot of money from the basins as well. For their tiny size. Actually, yeah, the Friesland could force them to accept 100% at this point. How are the Chinese doing, by the way? Is Taiping bankrupt? Yep, he is bankrupt, and he will recover just on time for the... Oh, we have Nepal formed from Bengal. Yeah, he will end bankruptcy right on time for the truces to run out. Oh, Khmer is actually a vassal of Hong Kong. So Hong Kong is actually a bit bigger than you'd think just from looking at it. Hong Kong didn't really commit to any fights yet, and I think his power will help Taiping a lot, even against the whole coalition of Asia that they're fighting against. Oh, we got Firen, nice! Firen is the United African Republic, which is like the another alliance bloc is Africa. Both ROSV and UAE are fighting together. Mostly, before they were fighting mostly versus the Italians. But now that Pope is gone, and Venice pretty much abandoned Tuscany, I'm not sure if the Italians are able to put any resistance, to be honest, against the African threat. Basically, the alliance blocks we have right now is the Western Alliance, France and Netherlands, previously Rhineland, but he's absent. Then Italians, Venice, Papal State, and Tuscany, weakened a lot by the Pope not showing up. The Eastern Alliance with mostly Lithuania and Prussia, and Byzantium being kind of there, but he's not really certain to join in the wars. Georgia is kind of allied to Lithuania, but they were a bit abandoned in the war against Mewar, which was really weird war. Georgia basically controlled this entire line of territory, and then they lost them to Mewar. Indians are another alliance. They cannot really fight on the same side in a single war, except for Mewar, because we have rules that prevent the top 5 great powers from fighting on the same side in the war, which is limiting their ability to coordinate, but they are still working together overall. You have Malaya that's doing their own naval thing, and then Qing and Japan, they are allied with Indians at the moment, but who knows for how long. And the actual Chinese, which is Taiping and Hong Kong, working together. Then in the Americas, you have Incas and Mayas working together. And I think they're mostly having a deal with Friesland and Ireland, which is the exiled European nations. Oh, there's another battle in Neumark. Prussians this time are doing pretty well. And there are a lot of reinforcements of both sides. There are so many troops. This battle is going to be a slaughter for both sides. And it's actually a -2 for the Western Alliance, which is pretty bad. Great roll for the Prussians. Yeah, they have fairly low morale. That's what you get for going quantity instead of offensive. And they don't have an advisor, from what I see. Oh, this is great roll for the Dutch, but because of the -2, yeah, the Prussian high rolls hurt much more. Prussia is running out of infantry, but there's still a lot of Byzantine troops. They moved another 30k to the north, so they are actually only keeping their cannon stack and a single infantry stack in the south. And there's still a lot of Lithuanian troops. Looks like this time it's the Eastern Alliance that has the advantage in reinforcements. I'm not really sure if committing to this battle was the best choice for the Western Alliance, because they are fighting over a river and not just over the forest, so it's basically like defending a mountain fort. And it looks like the French overall are reinforcing a bit quicker than the Eastern Alliance, which I don't think it matters that much, with it not being that many more troops in battle. But usually reinforcing a bit later is better if you manage to do it on time. And yeah, this time the French and the Dutch are pushed back. I think they should have attacked from Volga, since they're already fighting with... Wait, is this a river between those two provinces? No, actually, so attacking Neumark overall is just not a good idea. Maybe through Wittenberg? No, it's a river as well. Damn, that's some good forts for the Prussians. It's going to be very difficult to go through them, because they're both getting a river and a forest penalty. Maybe then going for Prague would be better. Prague has a river, but only river, no woods, so just getting an access through Rhineland and then going south for Bohemia. Of course, the problem right now for the Western Alliance is not where they attack, it's defending what they managed to occupy already, and they managed to occupy quite a lot. I think it's one, they not actually get any militarization yet, which they might at some point consider. Yeah, I mean, the next military technology is...
Hey, we're here to do... Okay, I'm gonna have a beer first then, so you know.
What? What? And they went quantity instead of offensive like the Dutch. So that's another 5%. And they don't have an advisor. Yeah, they're using a morale advisor instead. They're actually not using... yeah, they did recruit a bit more troops, but they're still not using their force limit to the full extent. Lithuanians are at their force limit. French are a bit over it, just slightly. And yeah, they're actually starting to run out of manpower. The Dutch are long out of manpower, but they're probably using a lot of mercenaries. And the Dutch looks like the only nation in this war that's actually going over the force limit. Yeah, over half of the troops, infantry troops, are mercenaries. They're still making a healthy income. So looks like the Prussians were able to push back a bit, but they're not retaking any forts as of yet. Oh, this 60k of French troops are actually exiled, so they would probably want to do something about that. Why did we pause? Why are we paused? There's no unconditional surrender going on. And no one dropped from the game, which is also when pause happens. Tuscany, as expected, is going after the Papal States, which is absent. What's going on? Oh, okay. So the Prussian current player is actually a substitute, and Lenio is actually coming back. So we're going to have current Prussia player drop, and then the Lenio will hot join, which is probably going to take just a few minutes. But it's not that bad. With 20 players, the EU4 multiplayer is actually pretty stable. Let's see, meanwhile, there was not much happening in the meantime. Lenio loading in pretty quickly, thankfully. Hopefully no things happening from this hot join. But yeah, now the balance of forces. Hello, Ilwilin. Wait, were you again on Discord? I recognize the nick, but I don't remember who you actually are. Yeah, but now the war between the Western Bloc and the Eastern Bloc is kind of even for the moment. Oh no, I mean, oh, you're just from Twitch, Ilwilin? The Discord that we're playing this campaign on is Our Europe, as the name suggests. So basically right now the Eastern Alliance has a bit of an advantage currently in numbers, but I think overall their income is way lower than the French and the Netherlands. And Byzantium is making 170, 114 for Prussia, and 140 for Lithuania. So 400 overall. The Dutch are making over 300 and all getting close to 400 for the French. I mean, there's a war going on right now, but there are no battles for now, so let me just grab the invite real quick. If you want to join the Our Europe server, you actually need to get the EU4 role. Yeah, we do not play on 1.30 because... oh wait, there's a battle going on. The Prussians finally managed to get a decent general, still not as great as Prussians probably would want. And damn, the French are again fighting on terrible terrain, probably that's why they're withdrawing immediately. Prussians are thinking about grabbing this chance to actually push forward, but deciding not to in the end. Yeah, we're playing on 1.28 because of the numbers bug that happens in 1.29 and everything after. And it's not that big a deal when you have around 30 people, but usually we start with 100 or something like this. And it gets really bad. The numbers bug is basically sometimes when players start the game, and they type in chat instead of their nick, they see a number, and that means that their country is controlled by them and also an AI at the same time. So basically they're co-oping their nation with an AI, which is, as you might imagine, pretty terrible. And from what we've noticed, it happens more often with more players. Looks like Prussians were trying to snipe a fort in Lübeck, but the Dutch are punishing them. This is a fair battle. All the previous battles were fought at basically -2 for the Western Alliance. To compensate that we're playing on 1.28, we're playing with a mod that adds most of the missions from 1.30. Adds like the stuff for Christianity and so on. The Prussians, okay, they're reinforcing on time. To be honest, the French could go for Wismar province and try to... Oh, they're actually going for Rostock to try to cut off the reinforcements. And oh, the Byzantine troops are staying back. They're not really taking part in this battle. Now this is going to change to 3 battles, and there's a lot of troops actually in Lübeck. I think the Western Alliance went a bit too ham on that. They will win in the end, so I guess that's fine. The Prussians did manage to win in Rostock, and they should be able to win in Wismar, but they're not going to be able to reinforce on time in Lübeck. So overall, I guess it's pretty balanced. And this stack is very vulnerable for France. They basically have like 1/3 of their morale. Even less. If the Prussians manage to catch them. It is on woods though, so that would be a bit risky. Oh, some eastern troops are going to be caught by the Dutch. It is in woods. Oh, it's just 20k. I guess the Prussians might just not bother. It would be pretty nice for the Dutch if it was Stackway, but I don't think so. Wait, now the Dutch have higher morale as well? I guess because of the... no, they're Protestant. How are the Dutch better in every way than Prussians? Yeah, they have way more morale now. It's the Golden Era, Defender of Faith, which is pretty bad for the Prussians. Oh, they have pretty low prestige. Yeah, and very high prestige for the Netherlands. Army tradition is a bit higher for Prussia, so that's why they're getting better generals finally. I wonder what's the play for Byzantium here? Are they just protecting Poland? Saying no more to the Western Alliance? I think there's... oh, Roswy is going after Venice now. Yeah, so after the Italian bloc basically collapsed with the absence of the papal player, the Crusader states established by Italians are probably not going to last. The 3 of them, Venice, Tuscany and Pope, they were able to beat back Roswy, but without the 3 of them working together, they're not going to be able to protect Egypt. Especially now that they basically lost any strategic depth in here. So Roswy was able to almost instantly occupy all of those provinces. And I think Venice is a bit busy. Yeah, they're fighting. Is it separate wars versus the Papal States? Yeah, both Tuscany and Venice are going for separate wars. I wonder, looks like Venice and Tuscany are ending their alliance. Before, France declared on Tuscany, and Venice didn't help them, and even gave access to France, which was pretty important because that allowed France to go around the Tuscany's mountain forts. But in the end, because the Eastern Alliance attacked the Netherlands, France just abandoned their Italian escapade and went north with all of the troops, which caught the Prussians a bit off guard because probably they expected to be only fighting the Dutch in Netherlands. And as it turns out, actually the Dutch are not that bad in fighting. Looks like they're pissed out Denmark already, just taking a bit of land in Jutland. They didn't take this one province, which is narrowing the front a bit on their end, which is going to be quite annoying. But now they're going to the great forts of Neumark and Niederlausitz, which are both on woods, and also cannot be accessed without getting over a river, which is making the push in here quite difficult. Oh wait, looks like Inca is at war with Naples? Oh yeah, because probably the Mayans. Yep. And I mean, Naples is fighting bravely. But yeah. How are they both doing on tech? Maya is still 4 miltechs behind, so I think they're going to crash Mayans. I mean, yeah. It's just looks like it's a chance for Naples to come back. They could go bankrupt and still be in a decent shape. And actually they might go bankrupt pretty soon. Well, they can take 15 more loans. And yeah, the Western Alliance is stuck in the same position again. And they cannot be sure that Byzantium, that sit out the last battle in Lubeck, is just going to stay put in Poland. They could intervene now. Oh, looks like Rosvi just took a bit of land in Egypt. Didn't really push into Cyrenaica. And the Italians are not really pushing into Papal Maghreb for some reason, which is making it a bit more difficult for them to gather enough war score. How are both sides looking in terms of their economies? Prussia is taking a bit of loans, and they're actually out of manpower, but they have so much professionalism they can slacken for days. Lithuania is actually living up to their name as current Russia, having still a healthy reserve of manpower, but they're not really putting in as many troops as Prussia because of their force limit. And the Dutch are no longer going way over their force limit like they used to, mostly because as it looks like they ran out of manpower. They're recruiting all the possible mercenaries, and they still are below their force limit. They have 20k left manpower, but that's going to vanish pretty quickly during an actual battle. And they have the Burgundian ideas, which means they have plus 50% available mercenaries. What? What? Oh, apparently something happened to Byzantium. Apparently, Byzantium has to go AFK just for a second. So, and since it's in a player war, then understandable that we're going to pause for a bit. Everyone is waking up to their Spanish. And yeah, like France basically has 5 months of manpower reserves, which is basically they have no manpower at this point. They have no professionalism. They're still not using any mercenaries though, which this is what's causing them to take such a huge hit on their manpower despite regaining 50k in a year, over 50k in a year. But to be fair, they're still not losing any money. Yeah, they didn't take even a single loan yet. The Dutch as well. Lithuania took a fair bit of loans. Nothing for Byzantium. So it's basically Prussia and Lithuania that are suffering a bit of loans at this moment, like 20%. So it's not that terrible, but it means that in the long run, the Western Alliance might prevail. Yeah, I guess it all depends on how much Byzantium is going to commit to this war. Prussia doesn't. Oh wait, it's the Mewar is sending Oh, it's just 1k to be able to view the war. Prussia doesn't want to go for mercenaries because of their professionalism. So they're not losing as much money as they could. But they do have a fair bit of their dev occupied by the Western lines. And the Lithuanians are not recruiting any mercenaries as well because they still have a fair bit of manpower. And they do have a few Slacken available as well, which is 50k manpower each. Pretty strong. Oh, no, the war is still going on. I mean, the 15k of Naples is going to be enough to defend against Maya because of the tech difference. The Inca troops might be going north, and they are almost up to tech with Naples. What's the tech 16 exactly? It's kind of important for cannons, but I don't think the Naples army has any cannons in its army, in its numbers. Actually, he has a few, but he doesn't even have the full front row. Incas do not have any cannons, so I guess it doesn't matter for them. I wonder why are the Italians not trying to go for Maghreb? I guess not enough transports? Oh, Pope has 20 galleys and Tuscany has only light ships and transports, so that's not really enough. Venice could force the Maghreb fleet to go down, but then they don't really have enough. No, I mean 24 transports could be enough depending on their quality. They are recruiting. Oh, I guess they're preparing for. Wait, he's recruiting another 30 cannons. So that means he's going to have 50? He's going for 50 cannons? Why? Does he not realize that he has 20 cannons already somewhere? He has 10k twice over here. Looks like this war is going to be one of the most important ones, deciding the fate of Europe. I'm surprised nothing is happening to Rhineland. I'm wondering if France is actually willing to protect them. What could happen is, I mean, they probably don't want anyone else to take the land, but the Netherlands could invade Rhineland. I guess, I'm not sure how it works right now with them being in a war together. And it looks like the Africans just decided to not pursue the war with Venice and Tuscany anymore. So maybe they're fine with just taking the Egypt and most of the Alexandria trade node. Still, Rosby doesn't really have that much manpower there. France, where did they get their... Oh yeah, from Genoa. Yeah, France is... actually, France shouldn't be... Yeah, they probably would prefer to have a bit more trade there. Yeah, it's even their home trade node. No wonder they want to kill Tuscany. So that's the war that's going to happen now. That's probably going to be deciding the... Well, it's going to be most that's going to happen in Europe this session, I suppose. I don't predict unless they're just going to truce break or something constantly. Then there's going to be the question of Taiping in China, who is still allied with the great nation of Hong Kong, and together, I mean, it depends on if the coalition of Punjab, Nepal, Qing and Japan is going to be created again against them too. Because it's only 2 more years of bankruptcy for Taiping, and it looks like no one is trying to truce break him. No, I mean Punjab. I don't think Punjab has a lot to gain in this war overall. Like all he gained is just I mean, this province is pretty okay, but is it really getting him anywhere? Shouldn't he focus more on like the west? It all depends if maybe he doesn't want to make the fight easier for France by attacking Lithuania, and doesn't want to try fighting both Mewar and Nepal because obviously, wait, we lost Gradiax. Oh, he's up. Just kind of surprised, but looks like he's coming back. Still no news of Capian. Pause, guys. So we just yeah, it looks like Kevin had a real emergency, so he's not going to be part of this for the time being. Yeah, actually, now that I think about it, he might not be able to make it today anymore, which is kind of annoying for the Eastern Alliance. Did they brain that Byzantium? I think they might have it. It's light ships, so of course they're moving. It'd be really nice if we managed to get someone to sub Byzantium at this point. Yeah, at this point of the game it's a bit difficult to find subs. Hey, Humor. Nice, Naples. I mean, Nepal. Naples is nice as well. It would be really nice to find a sub for Hungary. I mean, Byzantium. I mean, France still has to push through the terrible forts of Neumark and Niederlausitz, which are pretty significantly stopping their progress. I'm surprised they didn't even try to get through Denmark to Scandinavia just to leave it as an option, because right now they probably not going to get access through there, and I mean, I don't think it'd be necessarily a great idea, but even sending a stack with cannons would be really annoying. Hi Nuhack, you're just pinging everyone these last few days. All the time. I guess, yeah, the French are realizing that it might be difficult to push into those two forts. He already formed Russia, but because he's a Lithuanian, he wanted to be turned back. So he still has Russian ideas, but he lost the government. Think of it what you will. So I guess the goal right now for... I'm thinking how much land... what the next fort would be after Neumark or Niederlausitz. I guess if they took Niederlausitz, they would have to go for Liegnitz, which is highlands but no river, thankfully, so that would be an easier push. And if they went for Neumark, we could actually go straight to Posen, and I think there are no forts in here. Yeah, he isn't. He lost the government, exactly. I mean, that's what he wanted. So, what can I say? It does have a nice color though, and a pretty sick flag as well. So yeah, it looks like the Prussians were unwilling to put any forts on the grasslands, to the point that they're leaving a lot of their central provinces open if the French are able to take Neumark. And then they actually have their capital on Firelands. And they still could have put like a pretty nice fort over here, just with rivers. Gnesen. Yeah, it looks like they're going for Niederlausitz. I would go for Neumark because of the free access to Posen and then Central Poland. But I guess if they're able to win battles, then it doesn't matter that much. Okay, they're going back. That's an interesting maneuver. Is France actually taking manpower losses on this? Yeah, they're actually losing, I think, quite a bit of their manpower just from sitting those 90k here. It's all manpower troops. It looks like they did take access from Rhineland. So they could possibly push into Bohemia. Yeah, he still is not out of manpower. But it's still pretty strange. He has almost zero professionalism, so it's not like it would hurt him to recruit at least a few mercs. I'm not really sure what's the deal with the mercenaries. And Prussia is not using any mercenaries, but that's because he has a lot of professionalism. So this makes sense. Actually, he is using a bit of mercenaries instead of slackening, so that's a strange maneuver. I mean, in a way, the time works for the Western Alliance because they do have way more money than the Eastern Alliance. Yeah, they're both making 200 ducats, positive balance. Meanwhile, Prussia is hurting. Lithuania is hurting a bit, but actually not a significant amount. And I guess, Byzantium is out at the maximum military power at least since February, probably longer. I probably should make a note of that because we might want to do some save edits later. Yeah, I mean, I agree. I wouldn't even try to gain so much professionalism in the first place. But Yeah, but what I was getting at is the Western Alliance is making more money, but if they wait long enough, then Byzantium is going to come back. It might take a while, to be honest, but Russia is not going to go bankrupt anytime soon. Meanwhile, the war in Asia is probably going to start in a year or two. I think Tuscany is starting to prepare some kind of movement against the Papal Maghreb, which, yeah, I think it would be very important for him to actually finish this war and secure his position a bit. It kind of sucks that Venice managed to snipe this province. I'm assuming they're on unfriendly terms right now, because that means Tuscany will not be able to connect their lands. I guess during an actual war they will be able to occupy French Tuscany pretty quickly, but that's still a bit annoying. And yeah, they do not own Genoa as well. It's just a micro nightmare. Especially if French got built a few forts and then got a naval advantage. Join forces with Venice. Oh! I mean, that's not that many troops, to be honest. It's like an additional infantry stack. Yeah, he's finally recruiting mercs. Well, that's another thing. The longer the French stay and not do anything, the more manpower they will regain. But he is actually starting to use mercenaries. And if he actually commits, he will be able to flood a lot of troops against the Eastern Alliance. They're going for another battle in Neumark, which should be a -2 for them. Actually, they managed to outmaneuver the Prussians, despite the Prussian general being better at maneuvering. And the Prussians are getting some pretty bad rolls at start, but making it better later. Oh, 0 on both sides. Okay. Whoa, that's a pretty fast reinforce for the French, going with their cannon stack actually. The cannons are not really going to help in this battle. It's hard for me to say how many reinforcements they are, because all the Byzantine troops are just sitting there not doing anything. Yeah, I think the Western Alliance reinforced a bit too quickly, which might end up costing them quite a bit. The 30k Lithuanian cannons are not really relevant, but there's still 60k infantry coming. I think overall the reinforcements are about even. Oh, and there's now -2 because of the crossing. Great roll for the Prussians. And there's actually... the Dutch cannons are in the back row. I wonder which are actually better. They do have plus 20% to artillery compatibility, but I would need to check if it's not by chance that the French cannons are better, which would mean that it would be better for France to start the battles. There's still 100k, over 100k Prussian troops in reserve. They do need to reinforce right now. Yeah, they have actually a numbers advantage over the French right now. They should be able to win this, especially with -2. This is going to... yeah, Prussia is taking all the loans they could. Actually, they could still take a bit more. The Prussians should be able to win this. They still have 3 reinforcement stacks, and there's some Lithuanians coming. Good rolls for the Prussians. There's only 20k French troops going. Good rolls for the Western Alliance now, but it still might not be enough. Especially with their, with their reinforcements, it's pretty much sealed. Yeah, the cannons are gone. It's over. It will be a stack wipe of 20k French troops as well. Prussia took most of their loans, but if they manage to recover a bit of land, they will be able to take a bit more. But now they're losing a lot of money, and they basically lose 1k in 5 months, and probably a bit less after they reinforce. But yeah, now the question is again rising. Will they be able to keep fighting for long enough? But they did recruit a lot more troops now. Lithuania is going over the force limit. Prussia is going a bit over force limit as well, and I think he's going... actually, no, he's not going more mercs. And actually the fourth line for the Western Alliance is way worse, I believe, because they have this one on forest, which is pretty alright. No river though. And then you go south, and you can go Antwerp, which is farmlands, then Calais and Paris, which is all just farmlands or grasslands. At best, maybe with a river somewhere. Even not necessarily, to be honest. They can basically avoid fighting in the German woods. The Prussians, I guess they are trying to siege, but the French are coming back. They didn't recover all of their morale though, and yeah, they still have 150k men missing, which is going to put them in negative manpower. Prussians really want to retake Lunenburg. It's not a perfect fort, but still it would give them much more depth to take more loans. And now that both sides are utilizing Rhineland, the problem of corridor in here is no longer there. It looks like the Western Alliance really wants to contest the Prussian siege. There could be a lot of maneuvers with trying to snipe infantry stacks. The Eastern forces really need to be careful about that. Yet the French troops are trying to find some infantry. Prussians are reinforcing way too quickly, I think. Do they have any cannons here? They do have a full cannon stack, so I think the French will lose. And the Prussians are winning this battle for the moment. So this might end up being quite a costly fight in here for the French in the end. Because they're not going to hold the French for the Prussians for long enough. Now they're able to reinforce anyway. But the French lost their 60k infantry that they could have possibly reinforced with. Oh, what's going on? Kevin is back, nice! That was actually pretty quick for him. Oh yeah, we need to rehost because he's unlucky. Yeah, we might do a break now. Let's talk with other mods. Hey Leroy, do we do an early break?
We host, right?
I would say reuse. I don't know about break.
I mean, it's 30 minutes away anyways, so we might as well, right?
Left. Do I need to hard join, or are we?
I guess.
I need to hard join.
No, we're going to be rehosting.
But you said rehost, so I left.
Yeah, we'll be rehosting.
Okay. Because
Eventually.
if AI takes over even for a day, he's gonna use the quests.
Yeah,
There we
it's
go.
server lost, so it's fine. I'm going to start typing. stuff.
So we do an early break as well.
Yeah, I'm for a early break.
So we have break now to 1945.
Yep.
I guess.
All right, active, rehost, and break till 1945.
I figured that much. Did you get?
Please join before you do other shit, though we won't wait
We won't wait.
for you at the boss. Alright, back to what I was doing.
What were you doing?
Tying to the Diplo. And apparently Kirei didn't want to do it in your channel.
Oh. We will have to refund some meal power to Kapian, by the way, because he risked his max.
Yeah, I made a save when he crashed, and I made
Oh,
a save
nice.
just now.
Nice.
Well, crashed when he had to leave. And I
Nice.
made a save right now so we can do some math.
Muff. Oh, that's bad.
Or we can just have him do the math. And
That's way. I like it way more.
but then we have to check it anyway. So
I mean, you know, you can check and you can check, right? Hopefully
doesn't
now
make-
the Discord overlay is not going to break.
yeah, it finally worked for me as well. It haven't worked for like half a year, and it worked today for some reason.
The
Yeah,
trick is to click play very quickly.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, that's what you
ASAP.
always say, but that's not how it works for me, though.
I mean, they changed the hotkey for me for the overlay. Just like in the most recent update, I guess, because I had a different one. I had to change it right now, and I thought it wasn't working, but actually it was. Just,
How do you mean? Discord updated recently, right? Like,
it's
yesterday,
like
today? Maybe
updating
then
all the time.
I was going to say, isn't it
That
like
should
a
be the right ID? Question mark. Can you check that
I'll
in?
check it first.
Can we
Before I
join?
go and have a smoke, yes, you can join, but I'm not sure I typed the right ID.
No, but I
Uh,
could just join off the friend list and I can double check as well if he posts it.
I'm joining first. Just
I mean,
already
Oracle already joined off a friend list before I could start.
yeah, it's the right ID. Okay.
Right, see ya.
Commandante, what the hell are you doing?
Are
to your
you
Discord?
okay? Yeah.
That sounded terrifying. Anyways,
We are French.
for a smoke.
Prepare to be
Goodbye.
assimilated.
Bye bye.
Resistance is futile.
So everybody's here now.
Yes.
Very cool. So I can't talk about my secret killing Endax plans anymore.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. I mean, I don't have to listen to this talk. I'll listen to music instead.
Seems fair.
Also, thanks for killing my rebels, Grelix. Very cool.
Yeah, I didn't want them to seize down that fucking fort. And because then you can just wait until they're at 70% progress and then, you know, declare, take the fort, stuff like that. I didn't want to. I just no.
I mean, just like I was gonna land all my army there and just get stack wiped again.
That would be funny though. You fighting the rebels and then losing the battle. Oh fuck. Oh shit. Oh fuck.
No, I meant if we went to war and I had my entire army there, I'll just get stack wiped because I have 14 transports.
Yeah.
I should
I built so
much
many
more.
forts. Like it's gonna be 8 for you guys to fight me again.
How many forts?
So many. I just have so many.
I wish there was a fort. Okay, 1, 2. I can look at the map and see which ones.
Yeah,
have
like
forts.
1, 2,
1,
three,
2, 3,
4,
4.
5, 6,
Wow.
7.
But those are
One
flat.
fort.
Those are flatland forts. It
Two
only means we
forts.
can't combat siege you.
Yeah, that's the point though. I have, like-
Yeah, true.
15 forts, I think. Something like that.
Reminds me of my Hindustan game where I have like 40 forts.
But the thing is, like, they're level 4, so you can't assault them that easy anymore, I guess. So
But when I was in Hindustan back before Dharma DLC, I unified India, and I owned Himalaya in Indochina and Afghanistan, and I had 40 forts, and all of Asia declared war on me, but I could just focus on one front while the other one was trying to get sieged.
Yeah, that's why you assault like forts usually.
Oh, Leroy, remember Kalat?
Yes.
Yes. I stack wiped Leroy's like how many thousand
I
troops?
think you didn't stack wipe my army because
No, it was
actually one of mine, but it was mainly
it was the Charwin banners, yeah.
Yeah.
I stack wiped like 200,000 Charwin troops there.
Okay, guys, I'm going to be right back in the 10 minutes till the break is over. See ya, enjoy the music and the lobby filling out. And I'm back. Looks like we're still not starting. I think everyone is in. Yeah, I don't see anyone missing. Let's go. Damn, it's loading so fast. Once we actually have just a few players. Comparatively, I mean. Oh yeah, this one battle is still going on. So basically the French tried to snipe this reinforcement stacks of the Eastern Alliance, and they did manage to, but they also lost quite badly. And now they're left with about 60k, and they're not really delaying their reinforcements as well. And now Byzantium is back, so that means that this 120k can actually go and help in the battle. Can I just remove those, please? These? Okay, nice. Damn, it's... Maybe it will go away once the game starts. Oh yeah, the Dutch are back to full mercenaries. The French are recruiting a bit more, but I guess it's another, yeah, basically another infantry stack. Is it? Yeah, it's mercs because they are recruiting quickly. Yeah, the Prussians are going quickly in, but to be honest, there are not that many of reinforcements for what I can see for the Western Alliance. Like, seems they're mostly out. The stack of French troops that fought in Rupin actually came back pretty quickly, but they're still like at half their numbers and low morale, so it's not necessarily worth it to use them. There's 100k Lithuanians and Byzantium is still in reserve. The Persians should be able to win this, and then they will be able to take back Lunenburg. Looks like the French are sending the infantry from their cannon stack, but did they consolidate? I don't think they consolidated this regiment, so that means that they are fighting at half their strength, which is a bit wasteful. Though the Lithuanian support is kind of running out. They're even running in the cannons. I wonder, are the cannons adding anything once they get in there? Because honestly, I'm not sure. Oh, this is just one infantry stack in the back row, which is lowering their combat ability just a tiny bit. Oh, did the... Yeah, Prussians finally increased their militarization. So now they are actually dominating the discipline. And they take back Lunenburg. They're actually even pushing into Stade. So they will be able to retake all of Denmark. Even occupy a few provinces of the Netherlands actually. Which probably will mean they will be able to take at least a few more loans. Oh, and Byzantium peaced out. In the end. So yeah, this means that the Eastern Alliance needs to push to actually be able to secure some kind of victory. Because they won't be able to fight this forever. Yeah, those two forts will fall pretty quickly because they do not have level 4 forts, just level 2. And they're not actually going into Hoya. Which I suppose is pretty Smart because the Western Alliance is coming back. Mewar is fighting the Pepa state as well, probably just to take a few provinces in Arabia. I mean, not really sure how much is it worth, but I guess it's some land that they also are denying to Val, even though the Rosvi Empire, even though they're probably allied, even if not in game, then overall. I think are they both? No, Mewar is still number 6, so that means he can fight together with Rosvi if he only wants to. Maybe the Prussians would be able to take Hoya if they really committed to it, but I guess it would be a slight risk, and they do not know where the French troops are right now. Yeah, the French are still at basically 0 manpower. The numbers dropped quite a bit. Oh, and actually Byzantium is going for Rhineland. Now that's a smart play. And France, at least initially, is joining in the war. That's actually a bit of a problem for France, because if they fight with their mercenaries only, they can only have like 150 mercenaries, and probably because of their monthly manpower recovery, about 50, maybe 100 infantry, once they really start running out. And let's see how much Prussians. I mean, Prussians can have a lot of manpower troops because of their professionalism. They should maybe even consider slackening right now. I guess it's not that bad. They still recover 3,500 per month. But if they wanted to get mercenaries, they could get over 100, and Lithuania as well could get about 100. So there's still 140k of mercenaries. So I guess with mercenaries, the numbers advantage would be on the western side. No, Rhineland isn't protected because we are over 1600s, and I think they were protected once already, so it's double no. Oh, Rhineland AI is recruiting cavalry, of course. So now Venice might join in the fun on Rhineland, but yeah, if France actually joins in the war, and while they might not want to join versus Byzantium, they probably would versus Venice, because Venice is much smaller power. Oh, and in the meantime, Florence managed to land in North Africa and is starting to make some occupations, which is going to give them the necessary war score to actually grab some lands from the Pope. Do they... Oh, they actually didn't manage to grab the war gold. This is very annoying for Florence, because they're missing out a lot of war score over Pope. Now, I wonder, are the there looks like the French troops are going to contest the Byzantine army at least a little bit. Oh, they're trying to actually snipe some Prussian troops. I'm not sure how wise that is. I mean, there are no cannons here, so at least initially the French will be able to give bigger damage. Not even that. I mean, the Prussians have pretty nice discipline. Oh, now it's the fire phase, of course. But yeah, now their cannons are coming. It's going to be a while before they actually come. I mean, they, I guess, killed a bit more than they lost, but not significantly, I don't think. Yeah, but the Eastern Alliance really needs to pay more attention to their cannon stacks. Oh, there's a fort in Dithmarschen, it's level 4. didn't notice that, and it's actually pretty relevant in the current situation. It means that the Dutch have a pretty easy access to Denmark. And they will probably snipe this unless they get caught. But yeah, they will get caught by Lithuanians, so this stack might be suffering some losses. And without reinforcements. And they're trying to do some nice stuff, but it's not really working out in their favor. The Dutch are a bit stronger than Lithuanians, but still. Oh, now that's bad. Now that's bad. That's going to be a stack wipe of cannons and mercenaries. I was just about to say that losing a few mercenaries is... Oh, damn. That's unfortunate, but he didn't drop yet. Losing a few mercenary troops is not a big deal for the Netherlands. Oh, they actually have control over the strait. So this is going to be awkward. How many transports do Netherlands have? Like a few. Yeah, it's going to take a while to move all of those troops back to... Rosvi actually wants to be brain dead. Okay. Oh, and already he disconnected. That's pretty fast. No, it was only Val. Actually, I wonder because last time I, as an observer, desynced, and then I didn't drop for like an hour and a half later. So I guess maybe if observer disconnects, desyncs, it doesn't really matter, which would be interesting and good to know. I am not sure though. So Tuscany is able to connect their Florence proper and to their southern lands, but everything in the north is basically disjoint. And they do connect Abruzzi, which is probably one of the most important provinces in Italy, because it's a mountain province where you can put a fort and secure all of the south, which I'm suspecting that he's going to be doing pretty soon. Byzantium is not really pushing as much as I would expect into Rhineland, only now he's sieging back his Bavarian vassal. Oh no, Gok also desynced. I didn't even notice. I guess it like combined, so I couldn't see. Yeah, how many troops the Byzantines are sending in? They have almost 200. So they have at least 150k, but probably not all of it. Yeah, it's pretty fun ASP. Good wars in Europe. The Western Alliance versus the East. Right now Byzantium is fighting mostly versus the AI Rhineland, but the French are also in the war. Now, even though Rhineland is an AI, because it's pretty well built. Oh, the Age of Absolutism hit right now. It is pretty annoying to fight them because they are quite well built. They have a lot of troops. So it is a bit more costly to Byzantium than it would be usually versus an AI nation. And now that Lithuania managed to take over Dithmarschen, which is the last fort there was of the Western Alliance in Denmark. Yes, it's pretty annoying that they have 60, well, they're going to have 70k of Dutch troops right over here, ready to do some annoying stuff. Yeah, I mean, it is on an hour. Yeah, let them. And even though the Dutch can be annoying here, that also means that they cannot be fighting in the war on the front lines. Looks like France is sending their cannon stacks to snipe some Prussians, and they will be able to do it. Yeah, they will snipe them at Hanover and in Altmark. Prussians are not fast enough. They are reinforcing right now, but they are losing a lot of troops. Oh, and it's at least one stack wipe. I think they managed to reinforce here in time. But there's the Lithuanian cannon stack going. They should be sending reinforcements there already. Yeah, they're going to be catching the second stack as well. I mean, I don't think in the end it was... it's hard to tell in this kind of situations. I mean, stack wipes are... Oh, where are those troops going? That's pretty important. Yeah, okay, they're going back to the Netherlands. They're pretty secure. This is pretty annoying and it hurts the Prussians quite a bit, but it's not really destroying them in any way. It's not achieving much in the end. I guess delaying them is fine for the French. Yeah, they have the Eastern Alliance has to break at least one pretty okay fort on the defensive terrain, but then it's pretty easy for them. You need to just take one fort on woods, and then they have just flatlands forts all the way to Paris. And there are not that many forts in northern France. They are not really, the Prussians are not really being that aggressive. Yeah, you see that even though Rhineland is losing battles, they still have 100k troops. And fighting 100k troops, even all put in one stack of AI, means you need to put like 100k yourself. Especially since it's fairly low numbers still. If it was like 500 versus 500, it would be easier for the player because AI would just super overstack. I think the Eastern Alliance is... Oh, wait, now they're using the second cannon stack to actually protect their infantry stacks. But they're not really spreading out as they probably could afford. So basically the French only have the two cannon stacks, and yeah, the Dutch are slowly moving their cannon stack from Zealand. Oh, am I guess it was everyone just stuck for a few seconds. And they might... Yeah, the borders are pretty nice overall, especially if you go into the player map mode, because there are some pretty strange vassals going on. But in, I guess the Middle East is the worst still. But once the Venice got removed from Egypt, it's much better. Oh, Byzantium might actually be losing a battle versus AI. Oh, both of them are joining in. Nice. I need to check, are the Rhineland troops actually better in quality than Byzantium? Not really, Byzantium has 10 more discipline. And a bit more morale. But still they are pretty annoying. I think the general might be better for Rhineland. Just slightly. Yeah, but with proper reinforcements he should be able to just win this. Oh, there's quite a few battles going on right now. The biggest battle is actually going on in Meppen, probably. I'm not sure who started. It looks like the Prussians attacked the western stack. And they are going to win in the north. So now they can comfortably reinforce whatever they want. They could even try to snipe some infantry stacks, to be honest, because now they have more cannons. Yeah, and Western Alliance just running everything in. And they're actually protected here by the fort. But yeah, there's a bunch more troops for the Eastern Alliance now, I feel. They are losing quite a few men in this battle, because they are fighting at -1, which is probably like the first battle the Eastern Alliance is fighting at a disadvantage. Oh, great roll from the Eastern Alliance. They still have almost 100k reinforcements, actually over 100k reinforcements. The Dutch still didn't have enough time to bring all of their troops back. And France only has their beaten up cannon stack as reinforcements, and half the stack that Dutch have, which both are not really ideal. There's a lot of cannons that won't be that useful in the fight. Yeah, the fully disciplined Prussian army is actually fighting as well as you'd expect them to. And they are starting the siege already with their Lithuanian stack, which is very good for them. They will be probably finished with the siege before the French even finish routing. I mean, because of the shapes of countries? What do you mean by risk, ASP? Yeah, Byzantium is not pushing as fast as I think they would, because they're not really using a lot of troops. Oh yeah, it is a fairly awkward position, like the World War I kind of setting. No, the Eastern Alliance has been winning battles consistently. They have been pushed back to Neuermark, and they managed to push the Western Alliance back all the way. Probably after Prussia pushed the militarization button a few times and recruited a few more troops. Oh, a white piece from France. Damn. Oh, it's in the Rhineland war. Never mind. I mean, it doesn't really make sense to fight under AI as an alliance leader in a war. But that does mean that Rhineland is going to cease to be a useful ally for France in the future, since they were not able to defend them. Rhineland is taking their time with the siege, to be honest. I'd expect they would try to assault at some point. But they still have one, maybe 2 ticks before the Western Alliance actually gathers all of the troops. Yeah, Rhineland is an AI. The player didn't make it today. Yeah, because the nation is well built up and Byzantium is not really using more troops. Like, sometimes it feels like they have less troops than Rhineland. Yeah, I feel like they didn't take any loans yet, but it is taking them a lot more effort than one would expect versus normal AI. But I think that's because of the build-up that the player did. Another battle going on. Looks like the Lithuanians brought quite a good general to the front line. He's still even with the French one. I think there was a Prussian general that was slightly better. I think he's... yeah, that's the one. They would really want to have him over here. They're not really doing anything with this stack. I'm not sure why, to be honest. Where they're just... I guess they... Can they even get here? Yeah, they don't have access to this province. So I guess it's mostly protecting their infantry. Good rolls on both sides, but yeah, the Prussian general finally made it in, but it's not the best one, I think. Yeah, this one has 9 overall pips in battle, fire and shock, and yeah, the Dutch have an equal one. Still looks like the Eastern Alliance might be able to take this in the end. Oh, actually, I'm not sure. I'm not sure anymore because France actually has more reinforcements now. So it's going to be pretty close though. And now I think the Prussians definitely have an advantage in quality overall. Yeah, now they have to weaken their cannon stack, which is never something you want to have. I think they really kinda should have assaulted the fort, because now they might just lose all the effort they put into actually taking it. Yeah, they're retreating the cannons, which is smart. But now they only have 30k reinforcements, and that's it. That's all of their troops in this one battle. To be fair though, I think the Western Alliance also doesn't have any reinforcements. Yeah, basically they're all out. It's going to be a lot about the rolls now. Looks like the... Yeah, that's a great roll for the West. Yeah, East is going to be sent packing right now. The line is breaking, and it's over. Oh, and some of them are retreating pretty close. Oh, they're going to stack up quite a bit. Even 80k, that would be terrible. Oh, I'm not sure how many they managed to stack up. Groningen. I don't think it was the full 90k. Oh man, like at this point 3 million men, probably more with the attrition. Yeah, but that was going on an offensive for the Eastern Alliance. It's going to be difficult for either side to really force the thing to end with stab hits, I think. But like in the long run, France should win this. Yeah, actually, Prussia is not doing that hot on loans, and Lithuania is kind of better, but still not that good. To be honest, France took even some loans. That's a first. And how many? Yeah, and they have a lot of mercenaries. They are forced to use a lot of mercenaries in the end. Oh, Prussia got another stack cut because the Dutch, I think, actually assaulted the fort, which is what I think the Lithuanians should be doing in Oversticht, because then maybe on a grassland or farmlands fort, maybe they would have been able to defend themselves. Oh, Rozve is attacking Tuscany in Syria. Yeah, they should have assaulted where you live, ASP. Clearly. Do you really have that many woods there? I guess it was 400 years ago, so maybe not anymore. And yeah, I don't think there's anything Tuscany can do. Many forests. Anything Tuscany can do to defend their Syrian lands. And Venice is selling Asia Minor to Byzantium, which is probably the land they need to do the Themes mission. Yeah, they need Cyprus as well. Would Venice give up even Cyprus? Oh, you have a lot of forests. Still. Huh. The Tumbanti. Yeah, interesting. Didn't know about that. So I guess the Tumbanti are Celts? Or more like the Basques? Yeah, losing that land sucks for Tuscany because I'm not sure how much really they were gaining from this, but it will make them weaker against the next conflict with France or even Venice. Oh, both Prussia and Lithuania are recruiting more troops, but that's probably partially because of the stack wipes. Looks like Byzantium didn't take that much land. Oh, but actually they took a gold mine. So that's always a nice boost to your income. Yeah, but were the Tumbanti Celts? I mean, yeah, he lost it, but if the Italians managed to hold together as a group, they would be able to push Rosvi back. But because the Pope dropped, he was an AI at the beginning of this session, and then Venice kind of abandoned Tuscany to France, they weren't able to defend it. I think the three of them together would have a pretty good chance. How long has this war been going on? 12 years, pretty nice, that's a good war. And this war is what saved Tuscany from being overrun by France. To be honest, the truce with France already ran out for Tuscany. And Tuscany is allied to Mawar as well, that's interesting. So Tuscany is allied to Lithuania and Mawar, and Venice is allied to Byzantium. That means that it might be difficult for France to actually invade into the Italian peninsula, because, to be honest, Mawar is not that far from Europe at this point. It's not inconceivable for him to actually join. He just needs access through Georgia, Byzantium, and I guess Venice. If Venice doesn't give access, that might be difficult, but that means that they're not giving access to France. So France would have to push for mountain forts, which would be very annoying. Papal states are still actually holding a lot of land in Africa. Oh, so they were like Germanic. It looks like Prussia is going to go back on their trusty forts of Neumark and Niederlausitz, which are both great forts because they're on forests, and also they have rivers from every province that France can access. I mean, it's not that far, right? Actually, a funny story about the Hadrian Wall. Most of it, of course, over time, kind of like there are just barely any remains left in some places in England, but apparently they found a lot of stones from the Hadrian Walls in houses all around in this area. So, like, the stone has been being stolen by people just to build houses. Well, there's actually a lot of troops from the east over here. I mean, yeah, the people have been stealing the stone for over 2,000 years, so it's understandable. It's kind of like the Roman graffiti is like actually valuable to modern people, even though making graffiti is not really advisable in modern times. After a few thousand years, it actually has some value. Incas are also invading the Papal States, which I think everything all over here were used to be Pope land. I think the colonial state of Brazil used to be Papal, I think. Oh, Portugal is a vassal of Inca. They're not really colonizing though. And Naples formed Mexico in the end. Did he? I think he won the war versus... Or I guess not. Maybe he just killed some AIs, but I guess he pieced out Mayans. Okay, now we have Mexico. Did he actually take the... No, he's staying with his Neapolitan ideas, which... Oh, I had a bit of a lag. Not... I mean, they're okay. I think Mexico has better, to be honest. Yeah, he lost the war against Friesland, but he really did fight a heroic war. He was defeating like twice his numbers in quite a few battles. He lost the subsidies from Venice, which basically sealed his fate. Like Friesland has okay ideas, but he doesn't have really that much to quality. Even though he has his peasant republic, he has a lot of morale, but like he barely has any discipline. I'm surprised that... Oh, I guess Mexico is out of the bankruptcy already. That's pretty nice for him. Oh, there's another battle going on. Both sides have almost exactly the same general, at least when it comes to battles. And they're really pouring it in. It's an even battle. Oh, but the infantry compatibility is pretty good. But shock damage reduced is pretty decent as well. But I think in the end, infantry compatibility is a bit better because it's a bit more universal. Both sides have a lot of reinforcements coming. And no one is trying any cannon sniping with sniping infantry with their cannon stacks. So there's like 250 for the west and a bit about 200 for the east. They have a bit more in the south as well. Oh, now the French are going for the for Wismar, now that they have moved in most of the troops. Guess it might work out in the end, because this battle in Lubeck might be lost. They are fighting at -1, so... And there are cannons of Lithuania in this. It's going to be close. Prussians need some good rolls like this right now. And in this battle as well. Because if they win this, they win this as well. But I'm not sure. To be honest, yeah, they should just go in, even if they don't make it. But I think they will make it. I think they will make it on time. Yeah, the East might win this this battle. They have a lot more reinforcements now. There's only 30k for Netherlands. Yeah, that was very lucky. The Dutch are coming in, but it's not going to be enough, I don't think. Still, it's not that easy to push those French back. Oh, now Prussia is gaining a bit more morale, probably from winning battles and getting army tradition. Oh, just let's finish this battle. Yeah, the line is collapsing. Oh, and the Dutch are going north again. So yeah, I mean, both sides at least 4 million men at this point, and probably more because it's not counting attrition for Prussians, because most of the fighting has been on their territory. Yeah, oh, actually, the Dutch are not going to Sealand as they did before, which was annoying for them because they had to move them by transports, and they don't really have enough transports to move their army back. I mean, it's a nice win, but I think they should focus a bit more on recapturing Lunenburg, because like those level 2 forts are not really worth anything. Dithmarschen is not really protecting that much as well, but Lunenburg is actually stopping the French from moving forward. Yeah, the Dutch are looking super good on money, that's for sure. But when it comes to manpower, they're not really that hot. I mean, at this point, most of the vast majority of their troops is mercenaries. They could actually recruit quite a few more. I'm not sure what the... Oh, they're probably just were doing a lot of consolidations, so that's why they're missing mercenaries. France is not doing so hot on manpower as well. They were, for the most part, using only regulars. Now they are forced to use half of their army as mercenaries. And they cannot really recruit that many more. Russia is doing well on manpower because they were using their professionalism. Yeah, and they still have quite a lot they can slacken. Lithuania, on the other hand, is kind of running out. They can slacken like twice more, maybe. They're not really gaining that much per month. I think Prussia is gaining more. Yeah, Prussia is gaining double, almost, that of Lithuania. But France is gaining about as much, like more than both of them combined. So France is doing pretty well. Only taken 10 loans and can take 100 more. So I think in the long run, Prussians and Lithuanians have no chance because Prussia is almost halfway. Yeah, I mean, Prussia is almost halfway to... Wait, oh yeah, he took all his loans. So he has like a few more years. Depending on how many battles they fight. I mean, maybe if they get lucky they will be able to take this fort, but I don't think so. They should have focused a bit more on assaulting. The French are really going quickly into the battle, because they will have the advantage on terrain. Yeah, 8 years, but it depends on the reinforcements a lot, usually. And there's going to be a few battles. I'm not sure if the Western Alliance managed to bring all of their troops in. And they should be making it in time, I think. But they are rushing in as fast as possible. And I think Hamburg is going to be able to defend itself, especially with their bonus. Yeah, and that's the bit of Dutch troops that I guess they're not really running away far, but they lost a fair bit of morale. It's going to be tough because I think now the West has quite a bit more troops. And yeah, the Prussians could go into Stade. Even though there is a cannon stack of the Dutch there. Oh, the French discipline is actually quite low. They probably are suffering way many more losses than the Prussians. But Lithuania, I think, is not really that great on discipline as well. Yeah, they have about the same as French. The East is running out of reinforcements. Oh, now the Prussians are going. That's nice. That's a good move. And that does mean that they're basically tying the same number. And with a worse general, I think. Yeah, it's quite a bit worse in fire. It's going to be very close. They still have another 30k from Lithuania. They need some great rolls now. The Dutch are only sending 1k reinforcements, so that's basically, yeah, all the troops are in. The Prussian 14k is away. That would be really nice now, but they will win anyways. And the Prussians lost in the north, but that doesn't really matter. Everyone is running away in all kinds of directions. I mean, the longer the French are tied in this war, the longer that someone else can invade them. Even someone like the Africans, meaning UAR and Rosby together versus weakened France. I mean, their biggest problem would be they would have to actually cross through Gibraltar, which would be very annoying. But they don't. The French actually don't have a fort on Gibraltar proper, which I mean, I'm not sure about that. How many ships do the French have? They don't have any actual combat navy. And neither do UAR. And Rosby as well, just transports and light ships. Sure. I mean, he pieced out Tuscany when he would eventually overwhelm them to fight this war and protect Netherlands, even though it's the Netherlands that's the war goal, so he doesn't have to fight in this war. And he left Rhineland as well to Byzantium, which is, of course, more understandable. So I'm not exactly sure he would just want to abandon this war. Especially since... yeah, he's already given up so much to fight this war. Yeah, that's what I mean. He really needs a victory. Because if he gives in to the Africans, he's not going to lose much of his core land, I don't think. And he can at least break the Prussians, or Lithuania possibly. At least somewhat, or maybe make his position better, because the defensive positions right now for the Dutch are not that great. They really have... yeah, it's a great choke point, but to be honest, both sides have access through Rhineland, so there's nothing stopping either of them to just go, for example, to Switzerland, even though that would be a bad idea. The great choke point is actually those two forts, because they are both -2 possibly if there's a river penalty. So it's very difficult to break through both of them. And the French were never able to get to Poland proper. Tuscany is still not being pieced out, but I don't believe there's actually anything happening in there. Venice sold more land to Byzantium, and I think he did the mission for... yeah. I think he also got the province from Georgia as well. Yeah, I'm not sure if it was a war or something. Actually, that happened a while ago. Yeah, like 30 years ago. Oh, it looks like there was another battle lost by the Dutch. And it looks like they didn't even manage to put all of their forts in. Great offensive battle by the eastern side. I don't really see Prussians winning this. But to be honest though, France is kind of running out of troops. He is out of mercenaries. He is out of manpower as well. He is gaining it very fast, but still that means he cannot really use that many manpower troops. Yeah, he already has more mercenaries, so his regular army is going to be getting smaller and smaller. And the Dutch basically have no manpower troops at this moment, except for cannons, of course. And even the Dutch have 22 loans. I mean, it doesn't. They're not going to go bankrupt, like, ever. France actually is increasing their... oh, they're actually mostly gaining from the Netherlands. Yeah, the French and the Dutch are not going to go bankrupt ever, probably, in this war. I mean, this is kind of like a World War I kind of setting, where both sides are just pushing each other back and forth, not really achieving much. The war score from battle overall is heavily in favor of the eastern side though. So if they manage to hold the war goal for long enough, they would be able to force the peace, and I think that should be their goal, to be honest, at this point. Because for now, Prussia has still manpower troops, which means that they can field more troops. I think they already are fielding more troops. No, France still has a bit more. Lithuania should be able to... actually, Lithuania is running out of troops as well. So they're kind of entering this stage of the war where both sides don't really have the manpower to field enough manpower troops to fill their force limit. Yeah, I mean, the United Benelux plus most of Great Britain, so that's like... also they have ideas of Burgundy, which is why they have so many mercenaries. and still they are unable to fill their force limit. So it looks like Rosvi basically took the coast, and the fate of the rest of the Tuscan, I guess Asia at this point, is basically sealed. Mexico is expanding quite aggressively into the AIs, which is something, of course, I very much like to see. Yeah, but he's alone in the Americas. Everyone else is basically allied to each other except for him. Incas might be creating a nice South America for themselves, but they're not really colonizing too quickly. Do they have any ideas towards that? They have both exploration and expansion, but they didn't really feel expansion yet. They're not really that aggressive in their colonies. And Mayans are not that fast at expansion as well, but that's partially because they had a bunch of problems with becoming AI at some points, and the AI screwing things up for them. Yeah, if the East was able to push just 2 more provinces into Ostfriesland, they would control the war goal and could maybe eventually force peace. With not really gaining anything, but I mean, I think that's I think their plan initially was that the France would not help Netherlands because they're busy in Tuscany, but they got surprised quite a bit, and at this point I think most what they can aim for is just getting anything out of this war. To be fair, Byzantium is helping them with rebels, which is nice from him. Maybe even... oh! Georgia is subsidizing them? I mean, that's very nice from the Caucasus Minor. Not really expected, but very nice. Prussia is getting some subsidies in the end, but to be honest, that's not that much. Byzantium easily should be able to afford more if they only wanted to. Oh, another battle going. Looks like this is a bad terrain for the Prussians. I think they do have a better general for now, but that general should be coming pretty soon. Oh yeah, there's a fort in here actually, so the Prussians have to attack this province first before going to Oldenburg. Oh, great roll for the Prussians. Let's see who in this war of attrition managed to sustain more troops. Still 200k for the west. It's a bit hard to say how many troops are here, but that's like 120k just over here. But they have about 200k in reserves as well, so it's pretty close, and I think overall the quality is higher for Prussians, which is the majority of the troops right now. There is the -1 for terrain. They do have some great rolls. Whoops. Is it a whoops or just some public title? Oi. Oh, the Dutch are trying to snipe some infantry reinforcements. I'm not really sure if that's going to work out, because Prussia is still going to send reinforcements through Hanover, and with that the battle should be able to continue for long enough, because the Dutch are not going to win in Stade. Yep, I think the Prussians have it yet again. Yep. And that's all the troops the West had. This was just all they could afford. So I mean, if the East is able to win battles in negative terrain versus all the troops that the French and the Dutch can muster, Yeah, they're out of mercenaries. They do have manpower now, but they will lose it in a few months. Actually, they are gaining more than there's arriving in their armies. Yeah, the Dutch are going to be recruiting, but the Dutch actually are gaining a lot of loans in this way by consolidating their mercenaries and then recruiting them. They're still probably not going to go bankrupt anytime soon, but that's a lot of money. It's going to be like a problem after the war. Okay, so now the Prussians should be able to occupy the war goal. Let me actually do a quick tour around Asia if anyone is maybe doing some massing of forces anywhere. Doesn't seem like it really. And most are at the defensive position you'd expect. How strong is UAR, by the way? Just out of curiosity. I mean, a respectable income. Strong dev as well. The force limit is kinda low. And I mean, it's not that great overall. They are finishing religion at least, so they're not going to be too much behind on ideas. Yeah, now after taking Ostfriesland, the war score is going to be swinging quite low in the other side. The East is getting so much more war score from the battles. Plus 26, that's sick. Oh, actually, the Dutch did some pretty nice sniping in Scandinavia. Lithuania should send just a few stacks and reoccupy all of this. And yeah, now if they hold it for like a few years, I think at this point, they will win. And if they even took the ASP house fort, then it would be pretty secure. I mean, the French would still have access through Osnabrück, but reinforcing would be kind of awkward. I was thinking maybe Venice attacks Rhineland, but doesn't really seem like they're planning to do it anytime soon. Yeah, right now Prussia has more troops than France, and Lithuania has just 20k less than the Netherlands. To be fair though, there is one more cannon stack for the west, but that is not necessarily that important. It depends kind of on... I mean, that's the thing, the east doesn't have to go into the woods now. Byzantium was in the war at, like, not at first, joined at some point, because they were allied from the start. Helped in a few battles, then Kievan had to go for like 15-20 minutes. And after he came back, he pieced out France, so he left the war, and then attacked Rhineland. And France joined to protect Rhineland, but in the end he was thinking about fighting a few battles, I think, because he was running his stack pretty close to Byzantine line. Yeah, right now he's not doing anything really. He is still supporting Portugal a bit. Not like in a war-changing fashion, but I mean, it's always something. Portugal is a vassal of Inca at this point. It's no longer a player. Yeah, so right now the ball is in the French court to do something. But to be fair, with each month the French gaining 7k, that means they could amass a lot of manpower troops eventually. And that's exactly what they're doing. With each month they can field 7k more. Yeah, already they have more than Prussia, and by 40k, and a few moments ago Prussia had more. But those troops are not really long term, like after one battle, most of those manpower troops will be gone. Because there's no bank for the French to use. And Prussia still has a healthy amount of manpower. And like 4 slackens. Lithuania is doing okay on manpower as well. However, Lithuania could recruit a few more troops, I think, and it would be very nice if they would actually. Like if they could at least, I mean, at this point, just matching Netherlands is not enough because France is gaining so many troops per month. But the clock is ticking. If France doesn't manage to retake the war goal in this one battle, then it's going to be tough. And it's going to be a narrow fight because, I mean, probably they will start the battle here, which is farmlands, because you don't really want to fight with bad terrain if you can avoid it. And the only really safe province from which they could reinforce is Friesland. Because the Prussians could get to Oversticht, or the Lithuanians. Probably Lithuanians because they have the free cannon stack. How much are they gaining war score per month? Like 0.6 per month, so it's like 7.2 per year. I mean, they would have to sit on this province for quite a while more. Yeah, it is kind of essential in this war. So I think France, like the Western Alliance, will get one more chance to push the East back, at which point the whole tug of war starts again. But if they fail... Oh yeah, I mean... The border forts of the Dutch didn't really have much luck versus the Germans in World War II. Which is, I think it was at the time it was the biggest drop with gliders that ever happened in history, which is kind of weird because you don't really think about gliders when you're thinking about World War II. Which is gliders being basically planes without engines, so they just glide on their wings. They were also used in Market Garden, I think, pretty extensively. I don't know about D-Day. But I think Germans did it first to attack the forts in Netherlands, and it worked so well that they just landed on the fort, and they couldn't use the fort artillery to defend themselves. Oh yeah, so you mean the forts were like behind the rivers? Yeah, that's fair. I think they are preparing some offensive stacks. Oh yeah, here they come. I think, yeah, they're going to be fighting a few battles at once. I mean, they could be fighting 3 battles at once with enough cannons. And here we go. The French are suffering the terrain penalty over here. And this is a good start for the Dutch in Groningen. They will lose this battle though, so I'm not really sure if it was worth it to start it. Yeah, and now the they are protecting their reinforcements pretty well, the Eastern Alliance. Yeah, there's no way. Yeah, Leroy?
Shouldn't Centers of Reformation disappear in Age of Absolutism?
I have no clue.
Alright. Have fun.
Have fun. Yeah, so that was your word from Leroy. Nobody knows what happens to... I mean, he lost his lands in Syria. That makes sense why he's sad. There's still 150k of French troops in here. So that means that they do have a huge numbers advantage over the east. Yeah, I think the west could even go for like reinforcing a few battles instead of just one. East is reinforcing a bit more slowly, which means that they are getting a bit more back for their troops. There's not that many of them left though. It's going to be tough. They basically now have only this artillery stack over here of reinforcements left, and to be fair, there's only like 50k more western troops left, but that's going to be enough, I think. Yeah, now they're going with their last stack, but that means that the French are free to use their cannon stack in this, even though it's mostly cannons, so I'm not sure how much it's worth. But I think with this last reinforcements, the Prussians will be pushed back. Yeah, it's so great rolls. I mean, on both sides, to be honest. And yeah, cannons are dead. If they made it, if those 32k made it, the fate of the battle might have been different. But they didn't. But this does mean that actually the French will only lose like only minus 30k. So they didn't even lose that many manpower troops. I guess because they have so many mercenaries already, so it's lowering their losses from on manpower. So the French will be able to regain their manpower pretty quickly. And yeah, now the war score is swinging back the other way, since Ostfriesland is going to be retaken by the colonial troops, actually. I mean, how far is... Yeah, Prussia is not going bankrupt anytime soon. Netherlands should be fine as well. Yeah, Netherlands are more than... have more than half their loans left. I mean, they're doing okay given their situation. Most of their negative balance is from reinforcements. Yeah, but Prussia is on a long-term timer. They have to finish this war. Yeah, but I don't think Byzantium wants to be fighting France anytime soon, because Byzantium is like nowhere near strong enough to actually fight France alone, even with maybe like Venice help. It's not even close. Oh, if Genoa was broken by Tuscan rebels, I mean, if they take this, it's their capital. I mean, Tuscany did fight a big battle versus France, and they did win once on Motten Fort. So, I mean, that's how the whole war started, I think. The Prussians wanted to use the fact that the French were busy in the south. I mean, isn't it that once the capital is occupied and over 50% of provinces, that Genoa is going to break the rebels? It's possible that Tuscany is just going to get this province back like that. Mewar is finishing some minors in Arabia. The last of Mamluks as well. This is a real World War I kind of setting, just millions of people dying. I mean, we're getting quite close to actual World War II numbers. I mean, 2 million for France. How many did they lose actually? France lost only 1.3 million troops in World War I. So right now, France actually lost more than in actual World War I. I mean, it's mostly mercenaries, so it doesn't really count, but oh yeah, so what's going on in Genoa right now? If the mercenaries are not being born, they're being created by a cell division. So yeah, if France doesn't do something in the next 5 years, Albenga is going back to Tuscany. I mean, there's nothing going on. The truces ran out a while ago for typing. The war that was going on at the beginning of this session basically finished with typing taking back most of Tibet, and then like Japan taking this province and Qing taking this province. I think they got like bought it from typing. No, they actually conquered it, I guess. No, it was annexed in 1615, so it was... How did it? I think it was... But if it was sold, then the typing would lose their core. What? I'm not really sure how that happened. Yeah, there's nothing really happening in Asia all session. I'm not really sure what they're planning to do. Apparently, Kradiak was busy doing some last minute diplo. What is it? AI Morocco. AI Morocco, being a 2-province minor, is taking on the Pope. Wow, wow. That's impressive. Damn. AI strong. I mean, a lot of this is his cores still. Yeah, so we might have Morocco back. Yeah, I guess Pope must be bankrupt or something. I guess not. Where are his troops? He has 0 troops. He's not brain dead because he doesn't have maxed out manas. And he has manpower, so I'm not really sure why he's not recruiting anything. Maybe because he's... Oh, he was going to go bankrupt, okay. You like wanted to delay it? I guess AI has it programmed that it's trying to delay bankruptcy as long as possible, even up to the point of not using any troops, which kind of defeats the point of the exercise because you don't want to go bankrupt to avoid not being able to fight. But if you don't have any troops, then you cannot fight anyways. Punjab is finishing up Timurids, what little parts can actually access, which is actually not that much, to be honest. Because most of their death at this point, I think, is in Iraq. And now both sides are back to this kind of stalemate, which is, I think, in the long run, maybe of course in the long run Prussia is going bankrupt, but in the short run beneficial for France as well, because he is gaining more manpower. He did lose like 1k recovery for some reason. I'm not really sure why. Damn, the Netherlands actually had to take quite a few loans, but still he has such a high cap that it doesn't really matter. Yeah, looks like the Black Army ran out for Byzantium. There's some movement forward with the Prussian troops. Yeah, but France recovered a lot of their actual boots on the ground. Lithuania did recruit quite a few more forces though, but that still is probably not going to be enough to make it even somewhat even. They need to start fighting battles to like start grinding down the French manpower troops. Oh, is something going on in the Asian lands? Oh, we have so that's why Taiping gave up this province. That's probably for Qing to form the People's Republic of China, which is quite a strong tag given their national ideas. I mean, they don't have the quality of Taiping, but they certainly have quantity. Unfortunately, Qing is not that great. I mean, it's, I think, quite weaker than even UAR. But it's here. Oh, finally Lithuania has sent some troops to retake their Swedish provinces. Sitting in attrition is not really ideal, especially for the Prussians, since they will have to be paying for those reinforcements and they want to save every penny they can. Yeah, they still have a lot of years, but once the battles actually start, he's going to start losing the money. I mean, we still have like an hour, and we've made like 20 years. I think like 5 or 6 probably. Maybe a bit more because I don't suspect we'll have any hot joins. I think, yeah, now they're trying to switch the troops to have as low attrition as possible, which is very smart, of course. Yeah, I don't think they will finish. And you'd think that, I mean, at this point, it's the prime occasion for Italians to work together and attack France, because I think Venice and Tuscany together, I mean, they wouldn't be able to fight France head-on, but in the current situation, they would have like 20k at least, 200k at least. Especially if Byzantium helped them, and I think the Byzantium... Yeah, Byzantium doesn't have a truce anymore. Oh, Venice is probably going to invade Rhineland now, since France dropped the alliance. So maybe it's kind of a deal. Venice was like, allow me to invade Rhineland or I'm going to invade you. And Byzantium... Yeah, Byzantium has quite a long truce with Rhineland still. Yeah, that's true. I mean, France is the greatest danger to everyone in Europe, and not only Europe. Yeah, I mean, everyone should be just invading France, whoever can, because France is the strongest nation by far. Rosvi has quite similar dev and is... I mean, to be honest, Rosvi is not that much weaker when it comes to income. They actually have more income, I think. Probably mostly because of the gold. But still, like over 100 from trade and production, this is very respectable. But the force limit is lower by 150. And manpower is lower than half of France. So even Rosvi, despite being probably the closest single nation to combat France, is not nearly strong enough to actually fight them alone. And the Dutch would help France, so the Dutch are in this nice position that they don't actually care about manpower and they can still field like almost 200k of troops. Well, more like 150 of k troops, mercenaries that do not care about manpower at all. And the Dutch are... What kind of ships are... I mean, they're building a shipyard here. I guess they're letting this province go to Denmark? I mean... Unless they take it from Denmark, it's not going to really matter, because then Prussians will be able to take it back in the meantime, between the wars. So I guess I understand why the Italians are not going to war versus France, especially if Venice and Tuscany cannot agree on going together. But why are the Africans not even trying? I mean, if they made the war goal like Fez, then they would they can hold this guaranteed, like no doubt about it. Even they might be able to snipe Malaga before France even decides what to do, because it's all level 2 forts. That it will just crumble when push comes to shove. And there's barely any forts in entire Iberia. Now, southern France would be a difficult place to push, but to be honest, the fort in Pyrenees is not really that great, because really the only safe province that France can reinforce this fort is Urgell. What? That was kind of weird. Yeah, so the Africans are in a pretty decent position. And I would build at least a few, maybe heavies, to at least contest the Straits of Gibraltar. But that's not really necessary if they can control the war goal, and they can, because luckily France decided to vassalize Fez. Maybe after the Papal War. I'm afraid that while the Prussians are waiting, the difference in numbers is only growing. Now France has 100k more than Prussia, and even Netherlands are gaining a few troops. They do not really have a way of knowing that, to be fair. Lithuania did manage to recover. Oh yeah, they slackened probably once or twice. And Lithuania is recruiting a few more troops. Georgia still being somehow alive, with pretty nice professionalism as well. Damn, they're making almost 100 ducats. That's quite a lot for such a tiny nation. Yeah, that's because of Persia, I guess. Almost 50% in one of the richest trade nodes. I mean, it's better than Constantinople. Outside of the end nodes in Western Europe, there's nothing really to contest with it. And probably, yeah, Indians do have some pretty nice trade, but still. Very surprising that Georgia is that rich. Yeah, but their military is not that great. Oh, he went for trade, that explains it at least somewhat. Oh yeah, we have People's Republic of China, Japan and Nepal who could form the Red Gang. Oh, Georgia, Punjab is kind of red, more pinkish, but I guess. Even, nah, I mean, I wouldn't call Hong Kong red. You need a bit of imagination to think that Mexico is red, but I guess. I mean, he does have colonies. I don't think it. Maybe it's only here since. Wait, it was annexed from, I think. No, was Pope really the first guy to colonize Greenland? Okay. Oh, he had both of them. Probably the AI abandoned it. I mean, right now, it's not probably doing a lot of colonization. It is actually. It's not making any money, so I'm surprised that it is colonizing. The Prussians are actually making a move on Hoya Fort, but I don't think they're going to win versus the current numbers of the Western Alliance. I think it's going to be a defeat for the East. Which, I mean, in the short run doesn't change anything. And I think like even fighting battles might be more favorable for the East than... I mean, if France waits long enough, they're going to just win. Oh, that's a very nice snipe for the French. Where's the Lithuanian cannon stack? It's sitting in Stade, which is not really helping them at all. Yeah, losing this... I mean, the Prussian infantry is fighting pretty well, I have to say. They did lose, I think, a bit of militarization. Yeah, I think that like the France lost not that... the Prussians did lose not that much more than the French. And they need to start moving this back to the front line, to be honest. Because this stack could still be useful. They are in a bit dangerous spot because those two cannon stacks could attack Stade, and actually no, they cannot because of the Lunenburg. At least this stack. They should move their cannons then to Bremen. Then they would be secure from attack from the Oldenburg province. I mean, in the long run, France is going to win if nothing changes, and no one attacks them from another front. So I think that's why they're trying to continue fighting this. There's still like over 200k of French troops. Meanwhile, there's how many here? I mean, the numbers are not that different, surprisingly. I guess in the battle alone there's a huge difference in numbers. Because I think the East is reinforcing with quite longer distance time spans than the West. Which is allowing them to fight a bit better. A lot of reinforcement coming right now. I mean, the reinforcements are even right now. Actually, there's... no, they are even because the Lithuanians also have a lot of cannons there. The Prussians are losing the battle currently. They need to force march this unit, to be honest. Yep, that's what they're doing. They might make it in time, and they might be pretty crucial. Does Europe at least remember why it's fighting? It's been a while. If those guys make it in time, I'm not sure they will though. Yeah, I mean, the line is not collapsing quite yet. They might just make it. Oh, just in time. Oh, there's a lot of infantry in the back row. That's not ideal. Yeah, that's not enough now. They were a bit late, I think, in the end. Yeah, the French numbers are just super great. don't think the East is able to maintain the pressure on France to keep their manpower numbers low at this point. Oh, they're losing the great power status. Oh, well, not mostly, but partially because of their institution. I mean, it would be too much money to spend on this, especially since, yeah, they don't really need to take tax anytime soon. I mean, actually, no, France is not getting the next idea group, because the next idea group is actually military, which is kind of important. And now France is assaulting forts, which is it? They are assaulting with mercs, right? Yeah, they are. Okay. So they are not wasting their manpower troops. Oh, then are they going to lose this? Yeah, no, barely. They barely managed to win. That's the thing. The East is not assaulting forts at all. So that's they're not. Oh, wait. What's going on? I think it's another war versus Mexico. Yep. The natives are going against Mexico, and Venice is allied to Mexico for some reason. I mean, Mexico managed to catch up in tech somewhat. How about ideas, though? Ideas? Yeah. Mayans are still quite... They have diplomatic as well. Mayans don't really have the ideas, so the Mexican troops should be still superior, but... I mean, with 14k, it might be difficult. The contest for Mexico might be decided pretty soon. I guess if Venice sent some troops to New World, but I don't think they would. Oh, maybe. He's doing some moves of troops. Yeah, I think he's sending at least a few troops there. Yeah, so now France is going to push the East back to Niederlausitz and Neumark. But they never were able to breach those two forts. How many troops is Venice sending? I mean 6k, so that's... Where are they going? What? They're actually going to invade the Inca heartlands. What? I mean, to be fair, all the Inca troops are in Mexico, but that probably means that Mexico is going to be overwhelmed by the natives before the Venetians ever get to South America. I don't really see anything going on in Asia. Oh, that's a great general for Gansu. 6-6. Yeah, UAR is finished with Pope, but they're still not doing anything towards France, even though I think this would be their prime occasion. Oh, France, wait, are we stuck? No. France actually realized that the Tuscan rebels might break out. Oh, damn. Too bad. Wait, what's going on? Am I lagging? I don't think so. It was pretty close, but unfortunately Florence, Tuscany is not going to get this province for free. And I think the Prussians are preparing for another push. And they would be pushing it to negative terrain, so I'm not sure if that's the best idea. Yeah, they're not really falling back to their fort line. They're clearly preparing for an attack. Okay, here they go. They do have a better general. And overall, actually, the East has now advantage in numbers, so they might be able to push the Western forces back again. I mean, yeah, on the raw infantry, Prussia has about the same numbers as France, and Lithuania has 100k more than the Netherlands. So I think the two-go of war is going to continue with Prussians pushing back into Lüneburg and maybe even more. I think they should use their assaults now and try to push back to Hoya, because if they control Hoya, then Ostfriesland is very much within their grasp. We only have 40 minutes of fighting left, so if they get some good wins now, we could end this before the end of the session. They need to be focused on the war goal though, and actually winning this war, because doing sieges like in Dithmarschen is not really giving them anything. And there's 150k left for the west, and there's so many Lithuanians still in there. Prussian morale is getting higher and higher. Did they start? Yeah, they started just for this war. If actually 7 years into the war they started this golden era. And then I think the east is going to be pushed back once more. The French are not really utilizing their cannons, which is kind of a waste of money, but they have so much money that I guess they can spare it for another cannon stack. Oh, Rozvi is attacking Byzantium, and I don't think Prussia is going to help them. I mean, they joined the war, but I don't think they're going to do anything about it. Hopefully it's not a fake war though. Let me keep watching this battle for the time being, but that's a lot of fighting right now. I'm kind of surprised that I guess Rozvi might not really worry about France, because France is still quite far from them. And as clearly shown, Prussia and Lithuania is more than a match for them. There's still 100k of Lithuanians left, over 100k, like 150, and only 32 of French troops left. Yeah, so it's oh, that's a bad roll for the Prussians. Hopefully, yeah, the Lithuanians should be coming in pretty soon, because they're getting a lot of cannons are dying. Oh damn, they lost this battle because the Prussians didn't make it in time. That was terrible. Yeah, Byzantium is there. Rozvi is pushing with quite a lot of troops. Georgia is going to help Byzantium, because I guess they want to do something. Venice is not really moving. Yeah, they didn't really reinforce in time. Did we drop someone? Oh, we lost Mawar. He's not really in a player war. Damn, I just wish that Observer could type on the chat. That's really bad that he cannot. I mean, he's not in a player war, so we should just continue. Yeah, brain dead probably, and he will hot join. Still, the numbers advantage for the time being remains on the eastern side in this war. Looks like the French manpower was grinded down enough that they cannot. They're basically left with just their mercenary troops. Oh, Byzantium is already going for a battle. They do have a like vastly superior leader than the Rosvi, so they're starting to push them back. I mean, actually, Byzantium has not that... there's not that much numbers advantage as I would expect with Rosvi attacking Byzantium. I think that Rosvi would be pretty much murked up, but they didn't really. Yeah, they're only starting now. I think they were expecting to... no, they have a lot of mercenaries. Actually, a lot compared to their manpower left. I would expect that Rosvi would be starting this war with much stronger push, but I guess they didn't expect the Byzantium to be... I'm not really sure what happened that Rosvi was defeated so easily and... oh, and what is it? Drum roll. Is ASP positive or negative? Oh, you're logging in. Damn. And we have nothing else to entertain us than you. If it's positive, that means that you haven't been chipped yet. But don't worry, it's only temporary. Yeah, I mean, you get it for free. That is pretty cool. Okay, Notebob is back. Let's see, what's the difference in quality between Rosvi and Byzantium? Morales, I mean, it is fairly similar. The cavalry compatibility is superior for Byzantium, but I cannot imagine they're using a lot of cavalry. Actually, they're using a bit, but not that much. Oh, negative. Lucky you. Oh, France actually managed to capture Niederslavs because the Prussians were not quick enough to attack their stack. The French were assaulting, but that does mean that their morale is pretty low. And they start without any cannons. Yeah, so Prussians were able to just... and they should just assault it ASAP. Yep, and just assault. It will just fall in the click. Assault, yep. And it's back in Prussian hands. So I mean, pretty soon France will be able to force the peace, but it won't change much. I wonder if they go for the stab hits or will they just continue fighting. The Eastern Alliance lost all their advantage from battles that they had, with just those few battles lost. Yeah, those were pretty huge swings in war score. Yeah, I mean, I wonder if they would accept, to be honest. It would be hard to take really anything of value with just 50%. Oh, all the Netherlands diplomats are busy. Let's see what they can get for 25%. So like maybe Hoy? Maybe they could cut them off in Denmark? Yeah, so like with 25 they wouldn't be able to take much. Is Rosvi going to lose another battle versus Byzantium? I mean, Byzantium does have a... I mean, he's not even that much better. He's better in fire, which is the more important part, but still. Are the Georgians actually going to turn the tide in this battle? The Byzantium needs some pretty good rolls right now. But they just might have it right now. They're getting great rolls. They're pushing Rosvi back again. Damn. And Venice is coming as well. Rosvi needs to like recruit every mercenary they can right now. They're actually almost there, but they could have like 50k more manpower troops easily, I think. They're not even their force limit. I mean, Venice just might get his lands back. Now that Byzantium was forced to act with Rosvi attack. Which means that I thought that the Rosvi attack would make the rest of Europe weaker against France, but if they manage to win, and pretty quickly, as it's looking they will right now. To be fair, Rosvi does have level 4 forts, so it's not going to be a walk in the park. I mean, last session apparently what happened was everyone was bankrupt. All of the Italians went bankrupt, and Byzantium was not willing to fight Rosvi and UAR alone until they recover from their bankruptcy. That's why Rosvi won basically walkover. I mean, so that's fair. I thought they weren't bankrupt, but apparently everyone was bankrupt at the time. Oh, it's like... And the Prussians have like almost 100k more overall than the West. Which is impressive, and it does show you that professionalism is kind of important in late game wars, because they've been riding their manpower troops all the way. Which does mean that next war, it's France that's going to be superior in manpower, but for now, France is still recovering from their manpower loss. So I think the Prussians should be pushing right now, but they're probably not aware of their advantage right now. I mean, with Venetians and Georgians, Byzantium should be able to push pretty easily into Syria. And I mean, if... Oh, what? What? Ah, it's a fake war, okay, never mind. Tuscany should be... maybe if they promise Tuscany to give back their lands in Syria. I'm not sure what the relations are right now between Tuscany and Byzantium, the Venice bloc. No one is pushing anywhere. I think right now the East has an advantage in this war, but it's still only a matter of time before Prussia runs out of their money. I mean, they can see how many troops there are here, and I think they should be able to notice that they have a numbers advantage. Of course, it's way easier for me because I just opened this and see that they have 100k more, almost. But if you actually spend your time and count, they can see that this is it. Like, I don't think there's any more troops anywhere yet. Okay, Byzantium is going to push once again. Is Tuscany giving anyone military access? Not really. So that means that both sides are going to be forced to fight in this tiny choke point, which does, I think, favor the Byzantine side, because they do have just more in raw numbers. Oh god, looks like my internet dropped again. Damn. Hopefully I reconnect pretty quickly. At least the recording will be... Oh yeah, I'm back. I'm recovering. Thank god. I think I caught up. And the stream should be back pretty soon. Oh damn, it's again lagging. Oh god damn, it looks like the Sunday network is having some problems. Again, I'm catching up. Yeah. Okay, it's working for now. The stream is not yet back. Okay. Yeah, the stream should be back right now. Looks like there's some problems with... Oh, there's... the Prussians are actually pushing into Potsdam. And I think with their numbers advantage they should be able to. Okay, let's quickly do some counting. 160k for the western side and over 200, like I think 250 for the east, if not even more. So if they reinforce properly they should be able to win. But money is getting kind of tight for Prussians. Yeah, now it's mostly cannons for the west, and there's still so many troops for Lithuania and Prussia. I'm surprised Byzantium is not trying to push their luck a bit more. Oh! I think... Oh, there's actually a war in between Tuscany and Venice. Tuscany is using the opportunity with Venetian troops going to Asia Minor. And now they're just invading immediately, and they have really nice access to a lot of not really that defensible forts. All of the Venetian heartlands are open to them. This might be a great opportunity for Florence, Tuscany. Oh yeah, that's cannons in the front line. And yeah, looks like the Prussians are pushing. Let's see what they actually do with this win they managed to secure. The French are only retreating back to their border, so not that much. What's important is if the Prussians manage to recover any of their forts. And ideally they want to get all the way back to Hoya. This would cost them manpower though, or at least money for mercenaries. By the way, in here, it looks like Venice has at least somewhat of a numbers advantage. Yeah, I think that's... is this all of the... Yeah, Tuscany has about 30k less. But what's this? 68 Mewar troops, and to be honest, that's just one cannon stack is pretty significant. They won't be able to win versus Venetians on the mountains, but that's it's going to be a problem. Yeah, that's the question now. How's the... Oh, damn. Tuscany has a lot more morale than Venice. So they should win this battle. The casualties are a different matter, but they will win this battle, I think. And then the problem is, where do they retreat? Because if they retreat somewhere to the east, then Mewar just might be able to catch them. Yeah, they. Although with the additional 30k of Venice. Okay, and they're actually retreating to a safe spot. So they will lose Ferrara, but it's not necessarily that big of a deal. Looks like Prussians are still not trying any assaults. I mean, they did manage to retake Lunenburg. France is now recruiting a lot more troops. The question is, those are mercenaries mostly, right? Yeah, they're just re-recruiting mercenaries. And now, it looks like Prussia is not really recovering their numbers as much as the other sides are, but they are gaining 10k men per month, and they have enough manpower to support it. It would be very bad if Venice lost this fort, because now, I mean, Tuscany can get to Verona, and because it's neighboring 3 forts, he can go to Treviso. If he sieges up Treviso, we will be able to link up with Mewar, and that would be just a death sentence on Venice. Because he can maybe win versus one of those, especially Mewar. Like, Mewar alone should be able to... Actually, yeah, they should be able to connect right now. If Mewar just walks to Treviso, then Tuscany is going to be able to support him. Damn, there's so many wars going on right now. Mexico... what? Oh, I guess the war is finished. And... did he lose any land? I mean, I assume he did. But I don't think he lost that much, to be honest. Oh, he lost this coast. Yeah. That's right. Meanwhile, Rozve is still unable to even start pushing into Byzantium. What's the... oh, because it's a holy war. Then getting superiority is going to be quite difficult. They need to be winning a lot of battles. But they're pretty close. If Byzantium won, I think, one more battle, then they would start getting the war score. But the Rozvi numbers are still not that great. UAR actually joined the war, but they still didn't send that any troops to the front. And they actually don't have that many numbers. Oh, wait, that's actually a fort. So Venice will get the fort battle, and Mewar is going to be fighting alone. To be fair, Mewar is pretty strong in quality. Yeah, super high discipline, and discipline way higher than Venice as well. And he's not going to be reinforcing on time, I think. Yep, oh, that's going to be a massacre. And they're not retreating in range of Tuscan troops, but all of his army is now splitting all over the place. Yeah, he doesn't have any... That's a stack wipe as well. Yeah, this is basically it for Venice, I think. Just after the sieges are finished. So that means that Tuscany will be able to finally connect all of their lands, I think. I mean, that's the first thing I would try to do. Or maybe they will opt more for cutting off Venice. I'm not really sure what the goal is with, like, what the provinces are priority, because the problem for Italy is that all of the provinces are worth a lot of war score, so you cannot take that many of them. No, I suspect that the war in Americas is over actually. Maya took the coast in Mexico. So I'm not sure if the Venetians even made it, to be honest, on time. And looks like Prussia managed to stay in Lunenburg for the time being. They're recovering Hamburg, captured Dithmarschen, and are going for Hoya. How are the numbers looking right now? They are even at the moment. And there are a bit less Prussian troops, which does mean that the average quality went down a bit. There's not that much time left for the Prussians, to be honest. Meanwhile, on the Syrian front, it's all quiet. There's still this strange Hong Kong war going on. I thought it's just a fake war, and I mean... Wait. Oh, whoa. There's actually a Taiping war going on now. Who started that? Taiping started the war against the People's Republic of China and Japan without Punjab or Nepal, which means that Taiping should have the advantage. Yep. I mean, we might end this session with wars basically everywhere, which is pretty exciting change, to be honest, from the usual. Prussians are pushing -1 fort. It is very close. Yeah, they just they pushed them back over here, I think, and then just recovered the forts before the French managed to gather the troops back. They had like 100k more at this point, so I mean, the French reserves of manpower ran out long before the Prussians because of the professionalism the Prussians gathered. It is all out now. So I think the Prussian numbers will be dropping pretty soon. I don't think Bavaria can actually fight in this, because they're not part of this war. Yeah, I mean, they are pretty close to the war goal, but I don't think they can keep it long enough. And they might not even win this battle. I mean, they have a... It's going to be close, this one. And I think it's their last chance to really do anything. Venice is desperately trying to fight off, but their morale is just too low. And they're not really fighting. Like, they have more... Yeah, that's the whip. And now they're... Oh god. I mean, Prussians would ideally want to white peace, but I mean, I'm not sure if France is really up for that. They got the -1 from rivers now. Yeah, because they kind of have to attack from the rivers. They would have to go from Paderborn to avoid that, which would be quite a difficult maneuver. Both sides are running out of reinforcements. I think they removed the river penalty, thankfully, with the reinforcements. Now it's just cannon stacks. It's all about the rolls right now, and it's very close. Good roll for the Lithuanians. Actually, great roll. Still okay. I think if they keep getting more in rolls, they will win. They still are doing okay. Now it's just cannons on the front line for the French, which is actually pretty bad for them. And yeah, Lithuania is actually going to win. Just barely. Yeah, the Westerners kept getting worse rolls, which was another thing that led to their defeat. Wait, is... Meanwhile, the UAR actually invaded Tuscany, which... Okay. I mean, I'm not sure if they will be even able to force a peace with just controlling those 3 provinces. To be fair, they could capture Calabria and then... No, I mean... It will be difficult for UAR to invade Italy proper, and looks like Tuscany actually has 11 heavy ships, which is a war fleet compared to UAR, who has no such fleet. I mean, naval supremacy is Tuscan at the moment. And to be honest, UAR doesn't have that many more troops than Tuscany. Mewar is also in the war, and Mewar has... actually, where are the Mewar troops? Oh yeah, they're still in Europe. So overall, the Tuscan alliance has more troops to fight, and UAR has like 15 transports, which is nowhere close to try to force an invasion. Oh, Prussians are actually gunning for Oversticht. SP, do you hear the Prussians? I mean, they need all the war score they can get, but even if they get to it, the Netherlands is going to be able to resist for quite a while. They have a full free stability. But pushing on this fort is making the Western Alliance kind of panic. They don't have time to really reorganize themselves because they have to go before they lose the fort. But the Eastern numbers are really dropping. They really don't have enough men compared to what they should have. Yeah, the West has to contest this fort. I don't think even... I think the Prussians just are running out of time, to be honest. Maybe if they take some corruption. I'm not sure if they will be able to win this one, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, if they debase, each debase gives them like 3 more months, or maybe even 4. The problem is if they lose this battle, then I think they lose any chance they had to. Because now Prussia and Lithuania are running out of manpower, which was a problem for France and Netherlands since a few years, to be honest. Looks like Japan was pushed back from Beijing by Taiping. To be honest, Taiping is not really pushing as fast as I think they would. They are taking mountain forts, and quite a lot of them too. Yeah, there have been already quite a few battles. But with the numbers advantage that Taiping has, Taiping alone has more troops than PRC and Japan. And there's also Hong Kong with 150k. So Taiping is going to win this, but I thought they would be going quite faster, to be honest. Nepal is not doing anything about it though. Looks like Tuscany just pissed out URC with nothing really. It wasn't a white piece, so probably gave Tuscany gave up some money. I'm not really sure. Mewar is funding Tuscany as well. Yeah, it looks like the war in Italy is more or less over. In a few years, Tuscany is going to have... Oh yeah, that's true. Tunis went to UAR. That's quite a mouthful. UAR. Tunis really well. Oh, the battle is still going on, and it's so even right now. I think is this. Oh, damn! But yeah. the East had the morale, but they just didn't have enough troops. Like they had 200k less on the front line, and they're going to get some stack wipes, which is really hurting them at this moment. Yeah, I think Prussia is not going to be able to fight another battle. And now the Dutch are going to assault the Hoya fort. I think that's the problem that the Easterners had. They never assaulted the forts. If they manage to make the main battle stage like in the Netherlands, that they would be fighting a lot more on actually like farmland forts, and they would be making the Dutch suffer a lot more economically as well. And I mean, they did suffer. That 26k in loaves is not going to pay itself just immediately. Even France took 20k in loans. There's just nothing going on the Syrian front, which I'm kind of surprised. I mean, it has to be beneficial for someone to be pushing. And Rosvik could easily afford to have additional 50 mercenaries, I think. They are recruiting manpower troops, which makes sense, I think. But still, I think the numbers advantage... Actually, no, Rosvik is gaining a numbers advantage over Byzantium and Georgia. Wait, Prussia only has 40k at the moment? Oh, I think... Did they go bankrupt? I guess not, but I think they just... What? Why does it only show that oh, it's on the infantry. Did they disband most of their mercs? Yeah. I think Prussia is doing a soft rage quit because they really should be withdrawing their troops right now. Because they're just going to get destroyed. Meanwhile, Taiping is winning another battle in on a mountain fort, which actually was defending itself for almost a year. Venice 99, so Venice has to accept the peace deal. I wonder what Tuscany is going to take. He has to accept the peace offer at 99%. Hopefully Gok knows this. I don't think he knows this. Okay. So in the end, Tuscany took Tyrol with the gold mine and the mountain provinces with the forts. So in the end, instead of going for a connection with his lands in Savoy, and on 1st January, I think. Oh, and the Prussians are getting wrecked again. So now clearly Tuscany is going to become the leading power in Italy, but will they be able to do anything about the French monster which is going to come for them? What was that peace deal? Yeah, right now the Western Alliance is going to pretty much make an unstoppable offensive into Poland. Lithuania is pretty much abandoning the Prussia, which makes sense because it's going to go bankrupt in a few months. I think he even took one corruption. Oh yeah, unconditional makes sense at this point. Diplomat 12 days. That's true. And now we can have the unconditional. Let's see what do the Dutch really take. The problem is the land they take. Yeah, he could have. I mean, he would go bankrupt pretty soon. And the Westerners are really just rushing the forts, and they're just using it with mercenary troops. So it's not really hurting them that much, to be honest. Yeah, that was quite a war. Let's do a quick check. Over 8 million dead, which like at least 8 million dead. France is going into negative numbers somehow, and Prussia as well. Yeah, typing should be able to keep pushing pretty easy because PRC is already having some problems with rebels. That's quite a lot of rebels. He is fielding a lot of troops, to be honest. So in the end, I guess Netherlands took one fort and some good provinces from Prussia. So it's not like the Prussia was broken with this peace deal, but what Prussia lost that was most valuable was their professionalism, which means next time they will not have the manpower advantage they had this in this war versus France. We're probably going to end on the January 1st, which means half a year more of playtime. Still in Syria, there's nothing going on. Just nothing at all. Ferrara was released by Tuscany. Yeah, but I mean, that's the thing. Next time Prussia is not going to be able to put that much of a fight. But if Byzantium joins, then it's a whole another talk. With Byzantium, I think they should be able to defend themselves, although I'm not sure. Yeah, I think like someone should have been pushing in here. I guess UAR is now coming to help Rosvi, and Rosvi got access through Tuscany somehow. Actually, who did get access from? Yeah, Tuscany gave access to Rosvi, so maybe Rosvi promised Tuscany return of the course or something. Yeah, definitely someone should have attacked France. I think either Italians or UAR. I think UAR should have been easily able to at least take the Fez lands, if not just spill into Iberia. But maybe Rosvi was just thinking too much about its own attacks into the Asia Minor. And then, like, maybe Tuscany and Venice couldn't really make a deal about going in together. So they ended up just fighting between each other. So somehow it ended up being a perfect time for France to fight their biggest war yet. Yeah, everyone should be going bankrupt pretty soon, at least in the east. Oh, now the Dutch are going for Rhineland, which just like the Byzantine before, it's going to be a bit of an annoying fight. Oh, but now with France, and France still probably has all those mercenaries, it's going to be fairly easy now. Yep. Even Prussia could attack Rhineland at this point. Maybe snatch some woodland forts. Oh, there's Venetians in Iraq, I guess, northern Iraq. Just doing some sneaky sieges. Oh, there's actually a big battle going on. And Rosby is not doing too hot for now, but he has a lot more reinforcements left. Still not that many more than Byzantine troops. And he's still losing the battle. I think this battle is going to be the final thing in this session. There's 60k more for him, for Byzantium. And not like half of this is cannons. Rhineland is an AI, and he was this entire session, unfortunately. Otherwise, he was actually allied with France, so that would have changed it a lot probably. And yeah, looks like Rosby is being pushed back again, quite spectacularly. And yeah, Prussia is going into Rhineland as well. Damn, Rosby is really not doing hot in this push. I mean, going through Highland and Northern Fort, it's not going to be easy. To be honest, there are not that many forts in Byzantium. I mean, damn, there's barely any forts in Europe for Byzantium. What? Oh, it's mothballed. Okay, never mind. Never mind. Okay, this is the end of the session. We still have a war going on in Syria. There's still a war going on in Asia somehow, probably not for long, because it's actually it's an unconditional. So this is going to be pretty much end. And I think that's all of the war. There is this weird war with Hong. Oh, Malaya is allied with Taiping. Okay. Yeah, GG. I mean, there's still a lot of interesting possibilities now because a lot of nations in Europe are weakened. And I guess the Indians are not doing anything, so possibly Mewar could push somewhere. If he continues supporting Florence, maybe Florence will even be able to fight with France, at least as long as he's weakened from his Prussian war. There are possibilities, so there's it's not like someone is running away. I mean, that's a good question, why is he helping them? I mean, it doesn't really cost him much, I guess. Maybe Tuscany is just going to give him this land for free, which doesn't really matter because it's not like he can defend it. I'm not sure, but it's not like it's helping him that much. Yeah, but exciting session and an exciting setup for the next session. Hopefully there's going to be more stuff happening in Asia, but there's a lot of nations that have a lot of their power still unused. I guess the PRC and Japan are going to be quite spent, but I don't think Taiping is even near his full power, especially after he gains a bunch of land from winning this war. Yeah. So that was a nice game. GG.
Guilty.